Ladies and gentlemen, we are live, and boy, oh boy, they are already projecting Trump to be the winner on real clear politics. My bad. I'm kind of excited. I know it's a big day today. Stay in line is the #1 trending post everywhere. Stay in line. I'm not sure where you guys are at. I'm not sure if you guys voted already. I'm going to be going through some updates, see what's going on. I know tonight is a huge night. It's looking like we're going to know who the winner is by 9 p.m., 10 p.m., or latest 11 p.m. We're going to have projected winners. Big races all over the world, all over the United States, not the world. Of course, the world is watching right now, but we got real clear politics projecting Trump to win. We got the markets projecting Trump to win, but this means stay in line and go vote. It's looking like Trump will be winning Pennsylvania from the early projections, but once again, stay in line. So we got big major updates right now. Once again, coming through. A lot going on. We have Democrats already begin to panic. I'm getting major updates here from Gunther, friend of the show. He's given us updates from inside of what's going on in the Harris campaign. Let's see, White House. This is a big update here. Breaking per White House official, the Harris campaign is already firing staffers due to being useless. There's some more updates that we're going to be going through right now. It is looking big time for Donald J. Trump. It is looking big. Like I said, I'm not sure if you guys are online. I'm not sure if you guys already voted, but let's look at the projections of what's going on right now. Matter of fact, we did get an update from Trump. It is officially, Trump says it is officially election day. This will be the most important day in American history. Voter enthusiasm is through the roof because people want to make America great again. That means lines are going to be long. I need you to deliver your vote no matter how long it takes. Stay in line. The radical communist Democrats want you to pack up and go home. Together, we are going to have a tremendous victory. Now, there was a mishap earlier today. I'm not sure if you guys are paying attention to this, but voting machines in Cambria County, Pennsylvania, prompting the GOP. This is a largely red area. The voting machines began to act up. And the #1 thing right now is for people to stay online, specifically in Pennsylvania, because that's the biggest one. So this is what it looked like earlier this morning. So this is what it looked like. This is the line. It's beginning to get long as people bring in their children. And apparently, all of a sudden, the machines began to act up.
Saying the exact same thing. We can't reach the courthouse. Roxanne did call a coworker. She works at the courthouse, just not in the election office. And he is informing us that literally everybody in the county is having the exact same problem.
Yeah, so all of a sudden now they're having machine problems. But once again, this was reposted everywhere. Thank you, Elon Musk, because of X, we're able to see these malfunctions live. Everybody is telling these people to stay online no matter how long you got to stay online for, even if it takes 12 hours, 11 hours, 9 hours, 2 hours, 1 hour, wherever you're at. Make sure you cast your vote because that's a big deal. All right, before we get to the big stuff, let's actually go to real clear politics. Has Trump winning? Real clear politics. If you go here, the real clear politics electoral college map has Trump 219 to 11. This is what it's looking like. Likely toss up. They're saying that solid for Trump will be Pennsylvania. Solid for Trump will be Michigan. And they have Trump doing extremely well. And it's looking good, man. If you listen to the way Democrats have been talking this morning, it is looking like a Trump landslide. Now, I do want to go to this guy real quick, a Kamala supporter. Everybody is talking about this guy. He was interviewed this morning by CNN. Take a listen to why he wants to vote for Kamala Harris.
Who did you vote for today?
I voted for Kamala Harris.
Why is that?
I have 3 daughters, 4 children overall, and women's rights is pretty important to them and my daughters. Sorry, I'm getting a little emotional about that.
Oh my God, he's about to cry. Is this guy a plant? Is this guy real? Is he a real parent? Is this guy real? Is he real? Does he have kids? I'm not sure. This guy just might be a plant, but apparently he is crying because he wants his daughters to be able to have the rights to abortions. Mind you, it's up to the states. I'm not sure what state. What state is he in? Is he in Michigan? Yeah, he's in Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Who did you vote for today?
I voted for Kamala Harris.
Why is that?
I have 3 daughters, 4 children overall, and women's rights is pretty important to them and my daughters. Sorry, I'm getting a little emotional about that. I didn't think that I was going to do that, but just their bodies, their choice type of a mentality. I want them to grow up in a world that's welcoming to everybody. So yeah, that's why I cast my vote today.
Who'd you vote for today?
I voted.
Yeah, so he casted his vote because of abortion. That's his biggest, I guess, concern is that his daughters should have right to abortion, and he's crying about it. Somebody said he's a gay plant. Look, man, nothing against my gay conservatives out there. Shout out to you. But, bro, what is happening in the world of politics today? So we got Real Clear Politics projecting that Trump is going to win. Make sure you stay online. Make sure you go out and vote. Make sure you make the line. Make sure you cast your vote. Do not ever get too happy as to what's going on right now. Things are looking good. We're gonna be I'm gonna be giving you guys big major updates. A big major update here is Democrats in shambles. Take a listen.
The math doesn't work. The Democrats are down 1.7 million early votes in the battleground states. In urban areas, they are down 1.4 million votes in the battleground states. Among women voters, rural voters have overperformed early by 300,000. Democrats have to win their races early. Republicans generally win them on election day, and the margins don't add up right now for the Democrats in any of these battleground states. The math doesn't.
Yeah, like I told you guys, right now, because of the early voting that you guys did, the numbers are not adding up. Where are Democrats going to get these numbers from? It looks very, very, very bad for the Democrats right now. It really does. Somebody said that guy never has had sex with a woman. That's crazy. All right, we do have an update from Oprah. Some people's favorite billionaire decided to take the stage yesterday and say one of the craziest things I've ever heard in my entire life. Take a listen.
We don't get to sit this one out. If we don't show up tomorrow, it is entirely possible that we will not have the opportunity to ever cast a ballot again. And we don't get to sit this one.
Apparently, she is telling people, specifically black voters and voters in America, that this is the last election for them. That you're not ever going to get to vote ever again. Mind you, once again, if you look at all these celebrities voting for Kamala, they're all connected to Diddy. The Diddy party is alive and well. And she's telling folks that, hey, you're not going to be able to ever vote again. All right, real quick, big update from Maricopa County. Wow, Arizona is looking unbelievable. Breaking U.S. election early voting shows major Trump leads in key states. Maricopa, Arizona, GOP up 43% to the Democrats 19%. Florida, GOP leads by 1 million. Right now, these two states, we're getting the numbers. Boy, oh boy, it is looking crazy right now. Like I said, I'm going to be giving you guys updates, so please smash the like button. If you guys can, please smash the like button. It is looking like a Trump landslide in some of these states early. I'm going to be getting updates. Well, once again, make sure to go out and vote. Guam is another one. So Florida... Oh my God, Florida is the laughing stock. Somebody said that Kamala could win Florida. Florida is red, like very red. Like you still have some like purple areas, right? You still have some like different colors here, but it's mostly red. Florida is out in the building. Yeah, make sure you go out and vote. If you haven't voted yet, you shouldn't even be watching this video. You should be standing on the line and maybe watching this video, but you should be voting. But Florida is deep red. Apparently, a lot of Democrats were saying that Kamala would make a run for Florida, but no. Florida decided to say that no, we don't want that blue shit. Get that blue shit out of here. Yeah, so Guam. Let's go to Guam real quick. Like I said, I'm going to be giving you guys big updates here. Let's go to Guam. Apparently, that's big. Let's get an update here from Guam. Yeah, this is I'm telling you guys, it's been a crazy morning so far for Trump. It's been a crazy morning for Guam. All right, so here we have a Guam update. So 3 election results so far. Dixville notch. 2020 Biden wins all 5 votes 100%. In 2024, Trump 3, Harris 3 votes. So that's big. Guam. and this was earlier. This is like at 12 a.m. if I'm not mistaken. And then Guam, Biden in 2020, 55% to Trump's 41. Trump and Harris are neck to neck in Guam. So legislator flips red, first time since 08. So yeah, and Kimberly King Hins defeats Democrat Edwin Props, flips the seat. So landslide incoming for Trump. This is big time news right now. Big time news for Democrats losing. They're not looking too good. So we got machines failing. We have, of course, meltdowns incoming. I told you guys about the meltdowns. We're gonna be into the meltdowns. Hey, we're tough in Florida. Yeah, no. The biggest part about Florida is the fact that people really thought that she had a chance in Florida. Democrats were saying that, hey, she might flip Florida blue. Ladies and gentlemen, it is looking like a landslide victory in Florida. But if you are in Florida, make sure you keep voting. We still have a long way to go. It is only 11:40 in the morning. But right now we have real clear politics. We have the betting markets are actually giving Trump an even bigger landslide right now. So that's pretty big. All right, let's go to Morning Joe. How is Morning Joe doing?
We still have an electorate, 70 million plus, that will be voting for a man who said he was going to assassinate for treason the chairman of the Joint Chiefs because he didn't support him on January the 6th, who has said just in the recent days he was going to execute Liz Cheney with a firing squad, 9 guns pointed and shooting at her face. A man who has said that he was going to shut down CBS because he didn't like how they edited an interview.
Oh my God, he's melting down. And the hoaxes are alive and well, ladies and gentlemen. The hoaxes are the hoaxes are alive and well. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. They're alive and well. Wow. Let me actually edit this title to this video real quick, but yeah, let's keep watching.
A man who said he was going to be a dictator from day one, a man who said he was going to terminate the Constitution, a man who said he was going to use the army and he was going to use the National Guard on his political opponents. I literally could go on all day, and yet you talk to Trump voters and they'll go, he didn't say that. Wait, now I didn't hear him. And then you say, well, here's the quote. And then they'll go, yeah, he didn't mean that. So there's something far more long lasting than just Donald Trump, the candidate. There is a sort of Russian embrace.
Yo, this guy is so fake. Like, these people are sick and unhinged. And I told you guys, what was it? Trump victory. Let me see. Trump victory and 2016. Remember all those people were crying? Well, we do have results already. I just gave you guys the results. The results that we got so far was this one. So the Dixville notch. These are the results right now. If you guys want to screenshot this is what we got so far. Smash the like button. Smash the like button real quick. We're getting more updates here. I know we're just beginning. A lot of people are in line voting. A lot of people already voted, which you guys are still here. This morning, it's a crazy one so far. So we got already big time news. But yeah, so apparently this guy is he calls Trump supporters radicals.
Of disinformation, it's a radical devaluing of truth over the last 9 to 10 years, and a complete ignorance on civics and what the term Madisonian democracy even means, what checks and balances even means, what judicial review even means, what the rule of law even means. How do we as a nation, even post-Trump, how do we reach those Americans who apparently didn't go to civics class, apparently didn't learn the basics of this Constitution, and have just been overwhelmed with this information over the past 9 years?
Is he talking about us? He's talking about the people voting for Trump that we need help. I think he's talking about us, guys. I really do. I think he's talking about us. right now, if you guys can, let me know what state you guys are in. And if you guys voted already, let me know right now. Oh, Trump is casting his vote. Trump is live right now. Trump is actually live casting his vote. The problem is that we can't really see him right now. Apparently, let's see. He casted his vote in Florida. He's live right now, but it's not really clear as far as can't really see him. This is what it looks like right now.
Well, I hear, I don't know, the people you mean, numbers of people, a lot of people. They'll be at the convention center at Mar-a-Lago. We have a lot of people. I've just been very honored to find out that the lines are long, and the conservative lines, the Republican lines are very long. We got back pretty late last night, and it was an honor. It was a great honor. We had 4 incredible rallies and left Michigan late at night. Many of you were with us. And I hear we're doing very well. I hear we're doing very well. We did a great job in that. We brought it back to the states, as you know. I believe in exceptions, as Ronald Reagan did. And we did a great job. We did something that they've wanted to do for 52 years. Yes, please.
Mr. President, you've done a lot of if you win, there are tens of millions of Harris supporters who will be upset. What would your plan be to reach out to those people, bring them in? What would your message be?
Well, it'll be just that. We want to bring everybody in. We want to be very inclusive, and we will be very inclusive. We have a great country, but we have a country that's in trouble. It's in big trouble in many ways, and we have to straighten it out. We have crime is through the roof. We have people pouring through our borders that are not exactly perfect. They come out of prisons. 13,000 people convicted of murder. We don't need this in our country. We have enough difficulty. We don't need that. So I think people saw that. And it just seems that the conservatives are voting very powerfully.
Looking back,
just finish it up. Go ahead.
are you feeling nervous, anxious?
No, I feel very confident. I have felt. You know, we went in with a very big lead today. And it looks like Republicans have shown up in force. So we'll see how it turns out. But it seems that they have really shown up in force. I just got a call from Dan Patrick in Texas. He said they've never seen anything like it. It's been very good.
Looking back, is there anything you would do differently about your campaign? Do anything you regret about doing this campaign?
Look, regrets. You always have regrets. I can't think of any, to be honest, to use her expression. I can't think of any. I ran a great campaign. I think it was maybe the best of the 3. We did great in the first one. We did much better in the second one, but something happened. And this was the best. I would say this was the best campaign we ran.
President Trump, do you accept the possibility that you and Vice President Harris both might not get to 270 electoral votes by the end of tonight?
It should never happen.
Look at Melania.
Thing like that should never happen. This election should be over. They spend all this money on machines. And frankly, if they'd use paper ballots, it would be over by 10 o'clock. And by the way, the paper ballots would cost 8%. It would be 8% of the cost. If they would use paper ballots, voter ID, proof of citizenship, and one-day voting, it would all be over by 10 o'clock in the evening. It's crazy. They use these very expensive computers, and I'm hearing in Pennsylvania they won't have an answer till 2 or 3 days from now. I think it's an absolute outrage if that's the case. Now, maybe it'll be later, but it's paper ballots in France. They went paper ballots because the mail-in was not working. It was corrupt. And in France, they went paper ballots. And at 10 o'clock in the evening, they had 37 million votes counted and done. They had a winner, they had a loser. And in this country, I mean, I'm just hearing that in certain states, it's going to be a long time, and it won't even be close. It won't even be that close. They say, I'm going to win the state, but it's going to take a long time to certify it.
Could you see a world where you don't declare victory tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing the same things that you're hearing. I'm hearing states where I'm up by a lot, but they won't have a final number for a long time.
What are your plans tonight in terms of watching the results and so forth?
So we're going to have a very special group of people, many of whom you know, and they'll be at Mar-a-Lago. In addition, we'll have 4,000 or 5,000 people at the convention center. On the assumption I win, I mean, I don't know if something else happens. I don't know what's going to happen in terms of declaring victory, but
Yo, Trump is just like the rest of us, man.
if in normal times I would go over to the convention center, let's say at 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock or something, but I just don't know. It looks like we have a very substantial lead. It looks like we have many more Republicans voting today than Democrats. So if you have a lead and we have a bigger vote, that means you're doing very well, but they have to call a winner. They should, and they should call a winner, yes. Just stop talking about that. Go ahead. Oh, I don't know. I was honored to get Joe Rogan last night. I mean, Joe Rogan's a big deal. He's a very respected person. And I must tell you, Megan was fantastic. She got up and said some things that were really pretty amazing. But before that, I just think we ran a good campaign. I had good policy. We want people to come into our country, but they have to come in legally. You know, we want strong borders, and we want people to come in. We want to be totally inclusive, but they have to come in. I think that was a big issue. To me, that was the biggest issue. I may be wrong. You know, a lot of people said inflation. Inflation's a disaster, but I think it's the second issue. I think the first is the border. We can't allow criminals to be put back into our country or to be put into our country. So you have 13,000 plus murderers allowed to roam in our country. Not going to be allowed. They have to go. You have drug dealers. You have terrorists. You have a tremendous amount of people that should not be in our country, and we need strong borders in this country. And I think people are voting. I think it's personally, I think it's the number one issue. We'll see how it pans out, but I think it's the number one issue. I don't have to tell them that. I don't have to tell them that.
Did you hear what she just said? That he has to tell his supporters to not be violent?
There'll be no violence. Of course, there'll be no violence. My supporters are not violent people. I don't have to tell them that. And I certainly don't want any violence, but I certainly don't have to tell. These are great people. These are people that believe in no violence. Unlike your question, you believe in violence. Go ahead.
Where will you be looking early to see if you're having a good night or not? What's your goal?
Well, I think I'll be at Mar-a-Lago for the most part. We have a lot of political professionals. I'm going over now with Melania, who I'm very proud of. She's got the #1 bestseller. Can you believe that? He can believe it. But so we're very proud of the job she's done with that. Her book is #1. But we're going to go over to the office in West Palm, and we're going to say hello to the workers. They've worked very hard.
Will Georgia kind of be your first indication of whether it's going to be?
I think so. I mean, I hear we're doing very well there in Georgia. I hear we're doing very well. I hear we're doing very well everywhere. Now, I may regret that statement, but I'm hearing that we're doing very well. Would you go louder? No, I haven't prepared a speech. No, I did speeches last night, all day long, all night long. At 2 o'clock in the morning, we left. And, we did a lot of speeches. You can probably tell. No, I don't have to do that. You know, I'm not a Democrat. I'm able to make a speech on pretty quick notice. If I win, I know what I'm going to say, and I don't even want to think about the losing part. I would like to tell all of the people that are online to stay online. We have tremendous Republican lines, and I've been asked actually to say it. It takes a while. I'd like to just make the statement that I'd like the Republicans to stay online. Democrats, if they'd like, they can leave. But I'd like the Republicans to stay online.
Additional pressure today, given criminal cases against you that would proceed the loss or go away from one?
I have no pressure whatsoever. I'm winning big cases. Those cases are all being won. The biggest case was the Florida case, and it's been won. I appreciate your nice question.
Sir, you and Mrs. Trump have been doing
No
this
pressure whatsoever.
for 9 years. Regardless of what happens tonight, is this your last campaign? Are you done after this?
Yeah, I would think so. I would think so.
How do you feel about that? I mean,
Sad and very fulfilled. I think we're going to have a very big victory today.
Mrs. Trump, how are you feeling?
Very good, thank you. Thank you.
You win, sir, you win, but you have a plan in place to start naming staff and cabinet
Yeah,
officers.
we're already a transition team, but I don't like talking about that until I find out how we do. I mean,
So, how does this sort of threat from Iran and sort of assassination sort of shape your thinking about stuff, right?
well, it doesn't. Look, we're not looking to do damage to Iran, but they can't have a nuclear weapon. So, my terms are very easy. They can't have a nuclear weapon. I'd like them to be a very successful country, but they just can't have a nuclear weapon.
Does it change the way you live, all the threats?
Well, I think Secret Service has been a little bit tougher, to put it mildly. I see more machine guns than I've ever seen in my life. We're surrounded by, I feel very confident with Secret Service. I think they've stepped up. Look, for a long time, they didn't give us the help. They didn't give us the assets, as they say, the manpower, woman power. They didn't give it to us. And we'd have rallies. You saw the rallies, 50, 60,000 people. And I'd have less people than Joe Biden, who had 5 people show up. And I'd have 55,000 people show up. And I had fewer people than him. So they should have done a much better job. And frankly, the president should make a very strong statement to the outside world, because I think my team is incredible. Look, they say it's the best run campaign they've seen. Some people said it's the best run campaign they've ever seen. But in order to make that stick, you have to win.
How do you feel compared to your past campaigns? Are you more confident now than you were about your team than you were in the last 2 races?
My team, I'm very confident in. Many of them are the same players. As you know, Susie, a lot of the people are the same players. Have been very good.
Mr. President, Oprah said at Harris's rally last night, quote, "If we don't show up tomorrow, it is entirely possible we won't be able to cast a ballot again."
Well, I think it's ridiculous. Oprah, I was on her last show, or one of her last shows, and they picked the biggest people and all of that, and made a big deal. And I'm disappointed. I think Oprah's become a major divider in our country. And I think, frankly, she should be ashamed of herself. And you know who else should be ashamed? Fox. Because I've seen Oprah on Fox about 50 times making the same statement. And I think it's a disgrace what Fox does, because everyone thinks Fox is so pro-Trump. They're not pro-Trump at all. They've put Oprah on all morning long. That's all I see is Oprah. And, I do Oprah very well. She's been in Mar-a-Lago many times. Roger King had his funeral. That's the head of King World, which was Oprah's mentor. And Oprah chose the location. She said, Mar-a-Lago is the most beautiful place. Would it be possible to have Roger's funeral at Mar-a-Lago in the ballroom? We did it. The only time I've ever had a funeral there. And I think Oprah should be ashamed of herself to say that. She should be ashamed. She knows me. She wanted to run with me as the vice president. She was going to be the vice president. She wrote me a letter. It's in the book. And now she goes and makes statements like that. She's a divider. And Barack Hussein Obama is a divider, too.
There are people who are concerned that you didn't concede the election in 2020 when you lost. They're concerned that if you lost this election, you wouldn't concede again. What do you say to those people?
I think they're crazy. If I lose an election, if it's a fair election, I'd be the first one to acknowledge it. And I think so far, I think it's been fair. I think there's been a lot of court cases. Both sides are lawyered up. Thousands of lawyers are involved, thousands. Can you imagine? And part of that is because we have too complicated a process. If we had a piece of paper, watermarked, that paper is more sophisticated now than computers. It's watermarked paper. It's unbelievable what happens with it. There's nothing you can do to cheat. And it costs you practically nothing to run. Think of it. We spend hundreds of millions and billions of dollars on these campaigns. You could do it for 8% of the cost and have accuracy, and we wouldn't have to be worried about when is Pennsylvania going to announce. It's really a shame.
Last question.
Last week, Howard said that RFK Jr. would not be engaging with the secretary. Does he speak for you
Well, he knows exactly what, but that's only based on what RFK told. I don't think RFK wanted that. You're talking about Health and Human Services. Let me tell you, he's a great guy, RFK, and he's going to do pretty much what he wants as far as I'm concerned. He wants health for women, for men, for children. And I happen to agree with a lot of the things he says. The one thing I told him, and I've told you in speeches for the last 2 weeks, we got to keep him away from the liquid gold, because the liquid gold, we have more than any of it. It's called oil and gas. That one I'm going to handle. Well, I'd be honored to have him. Now, I haven't spoken to Howard about that, but look, if you think of it, he came in third, in running for president, right? He ran a very good race. He had obstacles. The Democrats just really unfairly put obstacles up, and hence Kennedy left the Democrat Party for the Republicans. Now, he's a very smart guy. He's a very caring guy. He's very popular too. We get up and introduce him. The place goes wild. No, we love having him. And you know who else we love having? Elon. He's been great. And everybody, look, everybody. Getting Joe Rogan last night and Megyn Kelly. This is very inclusive. This is a movement. This is the greatest political movement in the history of our country. And even you people, and some of you are fair sometimes, but it's the greatest movement in the history of our country. And I've made that statement 1,000 times. It has never been challenged. It is the greatest movement, and we're going to make America great again. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you. Nice to see you.
Neck to neck racing to the.
Yeah. So wow. That was Trump election. He just casted his vote. We have a lot more updates to get to. Real quick. Now that we just watched that, let's go laugh a little bit. Jack Posobiec here has a Harris Walls hat. He's actually voting for Trump, and he decided to get online and do this.
Oh boy, we're so excited for Kamala Harris. Yes, we can't wait. Kamala Harris, yeah. Free migrants for everyone. Every house is getting a Somali, right? Yeah, can't wait. Haitians, how many Haitians do you want, sir? Who wants to pay for more trans surgeries? You ready? Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. We love abortion. We love abortion. Raise your hand if you had an abortion this morning. Put your hands up if you had an abortion this morning. Let's go. Abortions for all. Abortions for men. How was the bus ride? Guys, why aren't you cheering? I don't understand. You seem glum. You seem reluctant to support the policies of your own candidate.
Wow, that was epic. Holy moly. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just getting started. I know, get your coffee, wake up. We got a long way to go here. I won't be on the whole day. I'm thinking about it. I will be on maybe multiple times today, but we got so many updates. Let me actually show you guys this update right here from the poly market. A lot of people, ladies and gentlemen, and I got a text from I got a tweet actually that I just got sent by David Nino Rodriguez. He said they're calling this election early. They're projecting Trump to be the winner early. There is some fuckery happening. Excuse my language, but yeah, expect fuckery tonight. That's gonna be expected. But for some reason, something's telling me this is about to be a clean sweep, like the Dodgers did to my Yankees. They did a gentleman's sweep. This is probably gonna be a general. Something in my heart is telling me that this is about to be a sweep for the ages like we've never seen before. But then the other side of me is also telling me, be careful, Lou. Don't fall for the bait. We know what happened in 2020. All right. So this is the poly market. This is crazy. Look at this. They have Trump 60% chance of winning. This is what the betting markets are projecting. They are projecting Kamala to win the popular vote by a lot, but they are projecting Trump to kill. And that, mind you, this was a very close race allegedly to the poly market. It's a very close race. As you can see, I'm going to zoom in here for you guys. On September 12th, it was neck to neck. It was actually had Kamala Harris winning by a lot, but not by much, but they had Kamala up. Then Trump, for some reason, started surging after September 19th. So once again, Kamala was up during September. Does anybody remember what was happening in September? So September 21st at 8 o'clock in the morning, Kamala had probably her biggest lead in the last 2 months. She was up 51%. Then something happened to Kamala's campaign around this time right here. She was up. She was having the lead even in September, late September 28th, September 28th. And then boom, then it started to get tight by September 30th. And then once October came, it got even tighter. Does anybody remember any of this? And then boom, October 8th, Trump takes the lead. Earlier last month, October 8th, Trump begins to take a lead and all hell broke loose for Kamala Harris. Trump took a crazy 10% margin lead October 12th, and the rest was history. This lead has gone all the way up for Trump, 61% of winning on October 17th, right? This is how the numbers have been working. Kamala's campaign on October 21st took the biggest hit of all. Thank you for your donation. I appreciate you guys, man. Yeah, it's been a crazy ride. Trust me, we're gonna have a big speech about it. But I'm giving you guys the dates. If anybody remembers what happens on these dates, because I've been covering this and my mind is like flustered, is all over the place. But apparently on October 19th, and then boom, the biggest lead happened around October 21st. October 21st, Kamala took a huge hit in the betting markets as a whole. Something happened to her campaign where it just fell off. And then on November 2nd, which was recently, I think November 2nd was the Trump rally. I think they had the betting markets had Kamala finally go back up, and now we're here where it is a 60 to 40%. So it's 60-40 for Donald Trump, according to the betting markets. I got some more updates for you guys. Trump is surging. Trump is surging like never before. I wonder why that is. We're gonna have our buddy. Let's see. Let's get some explanation why Trump is surging today on election day. Because he's surging. Something's happening where he is surging very, very, very high.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are seeing a little bit of an election day surge for Donald Trump when it comes to the betting. Now, Donald Trump reached an all-time high in terms of poly market specifically. But let me just, before I even get into the whole thing, guys, when it comes to the betting, I reference poly market, but all of them normally move in unison. So it's not just poly market. It's not just all these Republican people dumping money on Trump. This is the way these things go. When that Iowa poll came out, Kamala Harris jumped all the way up. On some markets, it was 50-50. People think, oh, it's just all Republicans betting. I'm just referencing this. It's all, they're all.
By the way, guys, stay in line. If you're out in line, if you just voted, please let me know. But if you didn't vote yet and you're in line, you have no business watching these videos unless you're in line watching this with some headphones on. Make sure you go out and vote, man. Make sure your vote is worth. And if you send a donation, thank you so much. But yeah, if you haven't voted yet, if you're in line, make sure you get your ass in line, man. Get your ass in line. Don't leave. Don't get tired. Forget all of that. It's only one time in 4 years you get to vote. So this is the day where you hold the line and you take your ass out and you take your family and you go vote. All right. So we got people that voted early. North Carolina. I'm going to have updates from North Carolina. We're going to have updates from every state that we can. I voted. Be really says she voted. Vote again. Let's see. This afternoon, making my vote count. Yeah. So make sure you stay in line. Stay your ass in line. Get off this live stream. If you're being distracted and you're getting tired, make sure you stay in line. So I voted. It was my pleasure. That's good. That's good. That's good. So we got a lot of people that already voted. Brooklyn voted. We're also going to get updates from New York. All right, here we go. Let's keep getting this big update because we have a huge Trump surge that a lot of people are saying, oh my God, what is happening? I personally wasn't expecting Trump to be up this much right now, but let's take a listen.
Basically the same. Donald Trump right now around 60-40. That's what we're looking at. And guys, when it comes to the betting markets, you want to be in the lead going into election night on the betting markets. 10 out of the last 11 candidates that were favored going into election night won. The only exception was Trump in 2016 with the crazy comeback against Hillary. So guys, you want to be the favorite. It is not a perfect thing, but you want to be the favorite. When it comes to the betting markets going into election night, Donald Trump seems like he assuredly now will be the favorite. He withstood the fake Kamala surge where it got down to like 55-45, 44 to 46. Now it's about 63-37. This is very good news. Donald Trump up 3.5 points within the past over the past 24 hours. You can see there's the fake surge right there. And Trump has recaptured all the momentum. There it is being reported. There's record turnout in rural areas. All the voting booths taken up, the lines out the back door. There's cars in the lines in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is a crazy state right now on election day when it comes to a potential record vote, with men just all over the place. Men are going to outnumber women by so much in terms of election day vote, and that's what we expected, and that's great news for Donald Trump, considering the warning signs and the concerns when it came to there being a lot of women in terms of the early vote. You get the turnout, the men turnout day of, and that's what we're seeing in a lot of these swing states. Florida looks like an absolute trouncing. We'll see, but it could be 10 or 11 points at least there.
Yeah, and I told you guys, men, and shout out to all my boys. Yo, where my men at, man? Where my men that went out to go vote? Where my men that voted early and that went to go vote today? Right? Because I know you guys are coming in here. This is probably popping up on your live. And I know this is very early. A lot of people are still voting. They're coming out. But shout out to my men. Pause. Sounds crazy. I know. I promise you, I don't swing that way. But if you do, that's on you. You know. Men are showing up in droves. They're getting their ass up. They did their push-ups today, and they went to go vote. Mind you, I told you guys, Democrats usually are used to having a huge lead because of early voting and women going out to vote early. They're used to having a huge lead by the millions. This time, that's not the case because of you guys voted early, and you still have way more Republican and men showing up to go vote today. That's why this is looking like a Trump big-time victory. I'm not a swing state guy. We got Alexandra. And I will say this. One thing I noticed, Alexandra looks like a beautiful young lady. Bro, I got to say, man, I've never seen so many beautiful women. And I'm talking about beautiful, beautiful, beautiful women are legitimately voting for Trump. I just want to give you guys a shout out. Shout out to all the beautiful, even the ugly women. Shout out. Sometimes I make myself laugh because I'm just stupid and ridiculous. But look, man, yo, the beautiful women, bro, they voting for Trump this time, man. I literally saw like two baddies in California. Like, bro, they were dead ass voting for Trump. Like, beautiful. I'm talking about tens. They probably don't even like, they just voting for Trump. So shout out to all the beautiful women out there. You're all beautiful, by the way. There's none of you girls are ugly. Shout out to you. All right, here we go.
Based off of some early indicators, but you can see this. There's also, this is an American site. People say, well, Polymarket's not American. Well, this is an American site, and it does have Donald Trump basically 58-42. And you can even see it's depicted here. Harris almost went up. It was basically 50-50, but Trump has been able to withstand it and have a nice little lead there. This is the newer market, though. You can see Trump went all the way up to 64. Harris came back, and now Trump has a nice lead at this point. So we'll have to see what ends up happening in terms of these markets. But right now, I will say it looks very good. Another thing I wanted to talk about, kind of a surreal thing here. Real Clear Politics officially predicting, based on all of their aggregate polls, that Donald Trump will win. Real Clear Politics has projected Trump to retake the White House. You can see they do have Harris winning Wisconsin and Michigan very narrowly, Trump winning Pennsylvania, and Trump sweeping the Sun Belt. So Donald Trump right now closes up around 3 points in Arizona, up by around half a point in Nevada. Harris is up by under half a point in Wisconsin, a half a point in Michigan. Trump is up by around a half point in Pennsylvania. Almost a little bit over.
Only a half a point in Michigan. Only, guys, do you know how big that is? They were projecting Trump to lose Michigan because of the Muslim vote. But I told you guys, Muslims and Jewish people in America, the United States of America, want one thing. They want peace in the Middle East. And Trump is reaching out to Muslims. He's reaching out to Jewish folks. And this is pretty crazy because they were not expecting Trump to do well in Michigan at all. At all. But Trump has held the line. I don't want to get excited. We still got like 11 hours to go before we find out. But bro, man, it's been a crazy, crazy journey.
One in North Carolina and Georgia. Georgia, it was higher, but there have been some more positive Harris polls more recently. But this is a surreal thing. I never thought I would see this when it comes to a Trump election. Even Real Clear Politics, you look at their 2020 numbers, it was a total blowout in basically every swing state. 2016, it was the exact same thing. And now they've predicted Donald Trump to win based on just the aggregate polls that they use. And when you combined them, pretty cool. Not saying it's a perfect indicator, but it is another indicator to look at. And just it shows you, it reflects on how much of a different time it is this cycle than 2020 and 2016. And it really does feel like Donald Trump, we've got the confidence. There's not this just hope. There's a confidence. There's a sense of confidence that Donald Trump will win based off of the numbers that we have and the record turnout and everything. But even just this, I mean, you put them into an aggregate, it is pretty cool to see something like that. You also have 538, their final forecast. It has Kamala Harris with a 50% chance, Trump at a 49. It's got Harris winning by 2 electoral votes. I'll tell you something interesting if this does end up happening. So yes, they have Harris sweeping the Rust Belt right now. And I guess they have Nevada even, but if it's 270 to 268, Trump would win Nevada in this scenario. But when it comes to this is very interesting because I did see Ben Shapiro talk about this on a podcast. The way that they did the census, they miscounted it in terms of the electoral votes per state. I believe both Texas and Florida should have one more electoral vote each. And then there's 2 liberal states. One of them is Delaware. I forgot what the other one is, but 2 liberal states should have 2 less. So if we see something like this, I'm going to tell you right now, Trump's going to take this to court because technically Trump should win this election 270 to 268 based on if they properly did electoral votes in terms of population. In 2020, they didn't do it properly in terms of the amount of population that Florida has relative to their popular votes because they've been getting more people into that state. It's a very interesting thing to watch. I don't think that's going to matter because I think Trump is going to win Pennsylvania. And you can see that Harris takes Pennsylvania by 0.1. And somebody was telling me last night that 538 had swung Pennsylvania at the last second to give Harris the victory. And I went to it and it wasn't updated for me. They had Trump up by 0.2 in Pennsylvania. But to me, this is good. To be honest, if Trump wins, 538 is going to say, well, we had it 50-50. And that's what all these models are going to say, let's be honest. But it is going to be kind of funny to see them get this wrong, even though they're going to be like, well, it was 50-50 and whatever. That's what basically all the models are going to say. You've got reports of a rural surge.
We're getting before he speaks about the rural surge, I can never say that word for some reason. Florida GOP Eric Doherty just said Florida GOP now approaching a 1.1 lead statewide. So right now it's looking like Florida is, and once again, only reason this is a big deal is because you saw a lot of Democrats in Florida saying that, oh, you guys are going to be in for a surprise in Florida. Yeah, I'm looking at New York right now. I'm gonna get some updates in New York, but right now, man, it is looking crazy in Florida, ladies and gentlemen. Looking like, somebody in the comments said Florida loaded up the blue state refugee in the last 4 years. We hate communism. Wow. Anybody from Florida in here? This is crazy. Florida is looking like a movie. It is looking like a movie out in Florida. All right, let's keep getting this update from our guy. By the way, we're watching Depressed Ginger. This guy is really good at updates and breaking down what's going on in the markets, what's going on overall, projections. So let's keep watching. And then we got some more. Oh my God, we got a huge update too from Pennsylvania. All right, if you guys are enjoying this, I don't have to get off. I could stay on. If you guys are enjoying this, because I got so many updates live coming to you. If you haven't smashed the like button, smash the like button. Let's keep getting updates here of the Trump rural surge.
Already,
then we're gonna get an update from New York.
Then New Hampshire. So New Hampshire getting a rural surge based on how close we saw those polls close at. That would be very, very good if that ended up happening. But right now, I would say, it comes down to the election, man. That's all. It's a surreal time right now. And you can see this is just the betting map, the difference in terms of the Rust Belt. And a lot of people are splitting up the Rust Belt. We're seeing Trump with a nice lead right now in Pennsylvania. Look at that. Kamala Harris took a 2-point lead. Boy, they're talking about, they're like saying Republicans. Well, then how does Harris lead in this? She took a lead. Trump's regained the lead in Pennsylvania. And he's gone up, and this is a good indicator. It is. Trump right now around a 60-40 chance to win Pennsylvania. I think that's correct.
Wait a minute. I searched up, and I hate to just keep interrupting this guy, but thank you so much for your donation. I appreciate you. Look at this. I told you guys, just take a step back and realize what's going on here. Democrats, specifically progressives versus Democrats, is a real thing. Look at this. We have a guy with a Palestinian flag. And I don't even know if I could show this, but apparently this is on Twitter. This is on X. He says, guys, Kamala is stealing votes. Let's move to the streets and burn the White House. This is a X account that just posted this. And like I said, I want to go get an update on what's going on in New York. Progressives are extremely, extremely, extremely mad at Kamala. They're very, very mad at Kamala, and they're already calling for hitting the streets for protest. So get out of their way. Let them do whatever the hell they want to do. I'm not advocating for violence, but once again, that's not the fight of people with common sense at this point. They gonna do what they gonna do. Just take a step back. Let them do what they want to do. That has nothing to do with you guys, because it's crazy. Because you saw reporters are going up to Trump and saying, "Do you have to tell your supporters to not be violent?" And I'm like, "Are you crazy?" The violence that we have seen, the interruptions that we've seen have come all from progressives. They feel that they're like Jill Stein, RFK Jr., a lot of progressives, a lot of Democrats are very mad at Democrats. Rightly so, in my opinion. But whatever happens then, you're going to be asking Trump. You're going to ask Trump. You got the nerve to ask Trump that, are you telling your supporters not to be violent today? I don't think Trump supporters are what you guys should be worried about today. I think you should be worried about progressives versus Democrats. That's the real WWE match. That's what's really going on. Just look at them. Look at what they're saying on X.
You take a look at Michigan, it's around 60-40 for Harris. Could we see the Rust Belt splitting up? I didn't personally predict it, but I know a lot of people are predicting Pennsylvania to go to the right, potentially Michigan and Wisconsin to go to the left, or maybe Pennsylvania and Wisconsin to go to the right. I know when it comes to my prediction, there was some thought of potentially giving Michigan to Harris. I never would have given Wisconsin to Harris. It was always going to be a Trump state to me. Pennsylvania obviously was always going to be a Trump state just because I view Pennsylvania the furthest Rust Belt state to the right. But I gave Trump all of them, and I feel fine with that, honestly. You can see Wisconsin, it's gotten, you had Harris, Trump at one, Trump was up pretty decently by about 20 there. It got very close. Harris ends up taking the lead by about 20, and now it's come back down. There's a lot of fluctuation right now with these markets, but you do have to like where Trump is, and he's going to close. I mean, unless something absurdly crazy happens, he will close as the favorite according to all of the betting markets. When it comes to 2024, he was nowhere close to the favorite in 2020, and he was nowhere close to the favorite in 2016. But 2016 was the exception to the rule. That's not something you could bank on in terms of having, a 10 to 20% chance in winning. You would much rather be the favorite, and Donald Trump is the favorite right now. The media is going to say, oh, it's a 50-50 election. It's very close. I guess the swing states are close in terms of the polling, but, there's clearly a favorite in this election. It's Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the favorite. Donald Trump is a clear favorite in Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina. He's a slight favorite in Pennsylvania. That's it. If you're a favorite in all those states, you're the favorite overall. In Nevada, you could argue it's 50-50. I would say it's very slightly a Trump lean. I would say Wisconsin, just in general, is around 50-50. Michigan, you could argue, is a very slight Harris lean.
I thought Wisconsin was red. Yeah, I thought Wisconsin was red, man. I really did. Somebody said that already voted. You guys already voted. Chicago for Trump. We got Chicago in the building. Squirrel Tribe for Trump. That's a real thing. That's a real thing. Yeah, the left. So they're boarding up, but they're not boarding up because of Trump supporters. I'm sorry. They're boarding up because they know that the progressive mob is about to be really mad with whatever happens, whether Trump wins or Kamala wins. We got the Bronx in the building as well. Ohio, Chicago. Well, we got Chicago. We got major cities in here. We got a lot of Ohio, a lot of people from Ohio here. We got Virginia in the house. Yeah, Carrie Lake is looking good right now. But once again, she said herself, don't start celebrating too early.
At this point, but that's just the reality. And then, of course, there's Iowa. Trump's back up to around 85-15 in terms of chances there. Oh, so Trump went up by 5%. So, yeah, it'll be interesting with Iowa. Georgia, it's back to 70-30. Yeah, so Trump's trending again in Georgia. North Carolina is about 70-30. Arizona is about 80-20. Yeah, Arizona, to me, that was a state there was a lot of warning signs for Harris months ago when their campaign was like, we don't need Arizona to win. And it didn't seem like they really had much traction in Arizona this cycle. So it seems like Arizona possibly is going to be the one that's furthest to the right in terms of margin. That potentially could happen, depending on if you trust the Atlas Intel polls. They've also got Nevada at a surprising Trump victory. I know the big forecaster in Nevada, the liberal dude, it's all copium. I mean, he predicted Harris to win by 0.3. You can tell these liberals, their hearts are not in it, man. They know they're going to lose. They're like, oh, she might win. It's going to be close, maybe by 0.1. But listen, I mean, this is all Trump's hard work, all the rallies, everything, surviving.
Bro, Can we get New York red? I just want to see something. Like, why are people so? Why are you liberals so afraid to try something new in New York? Try something new. Let's see. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. I'm pretty sure I'm right, ladies and gentlemen, that if you turn New York red, we're going to have good results there. I promise you. Maybe we get rid of the federal tax. Where's that money going? I paid a whole bunch of money in taxes, and I don't even know where that money going. Yeah, I'm doing some work right now. I just text somebody to give me an update in New York. We're still not getting updates. AOC did say today is hot, by the way. I am in New York. Today is a very, very hot day. It's about 70 degrees. AOC said today's 70 degrees. Please go out and vote. And a whole bunch of people in her comments said, yes, we're going to vote against you. Remember, Tina 40 is running against AOC today. So, man, I got such a crazy feeling. I don't know if it's a good feeling or bad feeling. I don't know. I really, really don't know what type of feeling this is. It's a feeling of excitement, but I really don't know if it's bad feeling or if it's a good feeling. Anybody understand? Somebody said 70 degrees is hot. Well, for November, it is. For November, it is. Yeah, I mean, people are ready to fire AOC, but is New York going to do it? I've done everything I could in New York. I've spoken to everybody, but everybody is no hesitation. In New York, there's like people are not hesitating to keep voting for the same people. They're not hesitating. That's my problem. It's just like not even a hesitation. Like, I'll think about it. No, it's, we're voting for Kamala. We're voting for AOC. We're voting for Richie Torres. We're voting for all these people. Crazy. All right, let's get an update. We got a huge update from Pennsylvania.
Multiple pressing stories.
We got an update from Pennsylvania. Let's see what this is about.
To get to stories that include a surprising early vote turnout in the great state of Pennsylvania this morning. Bar none, the most important state this election, carrying 19 electoral votes and very likely will make or break this election. Well, the early vote numbers are in. The Kamala Harris team is confused, upset, and shaken reportedly by the grim results that they're seeing thus far in Pennsylvania. Their delta between this election versus Biden's 2020 numbers and their 2016 numbers are just staggering, grim numbers for Kamala Harris in Pennsylvania so far with the early vote. We're going to look at it all. And should Trump pull it off? Should he win the 2024 election tonight outright?
All right, before we go into this update from this guy that I'm very much looking forward to, I do have an update about New York. At least Stefanik says New York is in play. President Trump is polling ahead in New York swing districts where Joe Biden won by at least 15 points in some cases. I urge all New York voters to go and get out and vote early in person. Yeah, so I remember she tweeted this. I really, really do want to know what's going on in New York.
Do the Dems have some tricks up their sleeve? Will they decide not to certify this election on J6 2025? There's been rumors floating around D.C. all week about this. And last night on CNN, Nancy Pelosi, former Speaker of the House, appeared to confirm as much. We have the tape. But before we get started, thank you for liking and sharing these videos. It really helps out the channel. And consider subscribing so you don't miss on the back this morning. Very happy in Trump HQ after seeing the final tally for the Pennsylvania early vote. And they should be, because their numbers are solid. Here's Mark Alperin explaining Harris's grim early vote numbers early this morning. Roll the tape.
Let's talk about Pennsylvania, okay? This is a state where the early vote matches, as I said, what we've seen other places. Disappointing turnout in Philadelphia. Go ahead and put up the Philadelphia, the Pennsylvania chart, please. Okay. Not enough vote coming from Philadelphia. Lots of votes coming from rural. So this chart looks at 2020, 2022, and 2024 in the early vote, the mail-in vote. And the most important thing I think to look at is where it says GOP returns and Dem returns. So you see in 2020, the GOP returns were 580,000, and the Democratic return ballots were 1.6 million. Okay, almost over a million vote difference on the early vote. And then go to the first column, and you see the Republican returns are slightly higher, almost 600,000, but the Democratic returns are down 600,000 from 2020. Okay, it's very hard for me to see how she's going to win Pennsylvania if you're just looking at this. If you're just looking at this, it's very hard to see.
You guys you guys went crazy, yo. You really did. The early voting this time around. Remember in 2020, Trump was telling everybody vote on election day, on election night. Vote on election day, right? Craziest part about this is the Democrats really have you'll know if they try to do stuff out of nowhere, start coming up with different numbers, and you start seeing some weird things happen in Pennsylvania, you'll know. And so will a lot of these experts that ignored everything that happened in 2020. They'll have no choice but to side with Trump this time. You'll know. You'll fucking know. Excuse my language, but you'll know.
And the fact that the early Philadelphia vote so far below where it was the last two elections is significant. It means that if Harris can't get her voters out in Philly today, they don't come out in big numbers. It could very well be a blowout in Pennsylvania. Elon Musk writing on X this morning, and look, Elon is basically running Trump's ground game there, writing below are the R-D early vote deltas in swing states before tomorrow. Republican turnout on election day is usually much higher than Democrats. So any state currently leaning R in early voting is very likely to side with Trump. Pennsylvania, while still leaning D, has a massive turnout on election day. If the same number vote in person for Trump this time versus last, he will win by around 500,000 votes, which means a landslide, he says. So look, Elon's saying Trump could win Pennsylvania by as much as 500,000 votes. That's a huge number. Remember 2020, Trump came up short by around 70,000 votes. That's it. So 500,000 would be a landslide. No other way to put it. A complete blowout. And you could see the delta here in Pennsylvania. Look at this. Pennsylvania is a party registration state. So that's why we have these numbers. Republican early voters who already turned out and cast their ballots this election, only around 400,000 below Dems. In 2020, by day of election, Republicans were lagging by around 1 million votes, more than that. That's a massive turnout job. One of the best we've ever seen Republicans perform in Pennsylvania. And that's partly due to Elon Musk and also partly due to Dems doing a terrible job turning out the vote there. What do you know? When you have a terrible candidate, people aren't excited to vote. And Kamala Harris is not a popular candidate. And it has the Obama groupies, Obama world, worried, very, very worried. Watch this.
I'm worried about is you're counting on some women who are independent Republican women to come out and vote for Harris. Is that going to materialize? Is the gender gap going to be what you need it to be? Are minority voters going to come out in the numbers of African-American voters in particular? And are you going to get the margins that you want there? So there are a lot of open questions. This race is filled with uncertainty.
Now, heading up north, we covered the crazy early vote numbers coming in out of the Granite State yesterday, the great state of New Hampshire. Only 4 electoral votes, but it could play a role here. And we still believe Trump has a real shot at flipping the state. It's going to be hard, but it's possible. Early this morning, the first votes were counted there. The district of Dixville-Notch, New Hampshire, closed their polls this morning with a population of just 6 people. Very, very small city. But the candidate this district chooses almost always goes on.
Yo, that really is crazy, right? And 2020, that same place where only like 6 people vote, which is absolutely insane to me that happens in the United States of America, went half and half for Trump. But in 2020, they were 6 for Joe Biden.
To win the election. In 2020, Dixville-Notch also had 6 voters. And guess what? Trump received 0 votes and Biden received 6 votes. Trump got no votes there in 2020 and he went on to lose. Then in 2016, Trump received 5 votes and Hillary got 1. And what happened? Trump went on to win the election big in 2016. So what happened in Dixville-Notch this morning? Roll the tape.
All right, we ready for president?
Let's listen.
3
for
for Kamala
moments.
Harris, 3 for Donald Trump. Following the national trends. For governor, 1 for Joyce Craig and
There you
5
have
for
it.
New Hampshire, the first in the nation ballots cast on election day. It is now official, and Dixville Notch, a tie. 3 votes for former President Donald Trump, 3 votes for Vice President Kamala Harris. It just underscores.
Oh, he's not happy. Hey, this guy looks like he could be my brother. Who the hell is this guy? Looks like me with just bald, right? Oh man, what a time to be alive. What a time to be alive. You know what I want? And we're gonna get back to the video, but you know what I want? I want Trump to get in. I want Trump to win. And the first thing he does, makes a phone call, calls Netanyahu, calls Palestinian president, Hamas, everybody. That war ends. Calls Putin, calls Vladimir Zelensky. That war ends before January. Begins to make calls to Mexico, makes calls to El Salvador. That's all I want, right? This is before he gets in. I know that he said he's going to start working on these things before he gets in because things change rapidly. And sometimes things could just become so out of his control that even by the time he's president, things probably won't even happen. But end the fucking wars. Yeah, a lot of people are saying this is a close race, bro. Liberals are crazy. Liberals are insane. Anyways, let's keep going. Well, yeah, he wasn't happy about this, obviously. CNN had to report this.
3 votes for former President Donald Trump, 3 votes for Vice President Kamala Harris. It just underscores, as Gary Tuchman was saying, how divided the nation is and how close this 2024 presidential election is.
Then yesterday, one day before the election, Joe Rogan comes out and makes an official endorsement. Trump, he's wanted the Rogan endorsement for a while now. When he was on the Rogan podcast last week, he told Joe then, you should really endorse me, Joe. It would mean a lot if you did. Well, yesterday, while Elon Musk was finishing up his 2.5, 3-hour long podcast there, Rogan, he made headlines officially endorsing Donald J. Trump for president, following up on X because the media, corporate media, trying to claim it wasn't a real endorsement. It was a weak endorsement, claiming that Joe Rogan didn't really endorse Trump yesterday. So what did Joe do? He went on X and clarified, writing this: the great and powerful Elon Musk, if it wasn't for him, we'd be screwed. He makes what I think is the most compelling case for Trump you'll ever hear. And I agree with him every step of the way. For the record, yes, that's an endorsement of Donald Trump. Enjoy the podcast, everyone. So a lot appears to be going right for the former president. So let's game this out then. What if Trump does win tonight? Let's say he wins in a landslide. Hypothetical, obviously. But what happens next? Do Democrats, do they have some tricks up their sleeve? Look, Dems are sneaky people. Well,
we already know what Jamie Ratskin is up. By the way, Trump for peace. By the way, Trump for peace for the liberals in the chat. Liberals in the chat. Trump for peace, baby. By the way, Trump loves Jill Stein. I just saw a video of Trump saying he loves Jill Stein. Hold on, I gotta play this video for my Democrats that are very mad. Democrats are very mad about Jill Stein because they know she is cooking them. One of the reasons Kamala is probably gonna lose is because of Jill Stein and the Green Party voters. And just take a look at this.
I love the Green Party. Jill Stein, this may be I never met her, but she may be one of my favorite politicians.
So Trump wins. He grabs the phone, right? And he says, Jill Stein, would you like a position as in my cabinet? Why? Because Jill Stein is another victim of Democrats going crazy. Jill Stein, for those who don't know, because probably a lot of people don't even know who Jill Stein is. She wanted to run as a Democrat along with the same thing that RFK Jr. wanted to do. And Democrats took her off the ballots. Democrats began suing her. So what did that do? That drew a lot of people to Jill Stein and said, what's wrong with the Democrats? So Trump calls Jill Stein on election day and says, hey, I know what the Democrats did to you. What do you want to do? There's a reason why Trump got on stage and did this today, last night. He says, I love Jill Stein, never met her, my favorite politician ever. He's not saying that for no reason. Somebody said there's 5 bomb threats in Atlanta. I heard they were non-credible. Well, I don't even know what non-credible means. Apparently, can you guys hear me? Can you guys see me? I don't know what's going on. This thing is like bugging out right now. I don't even know what's going on. Maybe this thing is slowing down. Hopefully it's not. But apparently there are bomb threats. Let me actually search that up real quick. Bomb threats in Atlanta. Yeah, so it's non-credible. So apparently 2 Fulton County polls evacuated after several non-credible bomb threats. Non-credible bomb threats against Atlanta area polling area places were from Russia. Oh my God. Look what CNN is reporting. Guys, you guys seeing what the mainstream media is doing? You guys see this? See it? Get some water. CNN is reporting. Let me actually put it up on the screen again. CNN is reporting. This is a real report, by the way. CNN says that, and of course they know this is from Russia. Of course they know it's from Russia. How would they know? I have no idea how they would know. Did Putin call them? Do they have connections to Russia? I'm not sure how they would know this, but apparently non-credible bomb threats against Atlanta area polling places were from Russia. Secretary of State says. Really? On election day? Really? I'll drink some more water to this. You guys see what's going on here? Of course. There's several bomb threats in Atlanta, and they're all coming from Russia. Wink. We want you to believe that. Come on. Get the fuck out of here, man. And if you're a Democrat falling for this bullshit, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna say much. I'm not gonna offend anybody. I'm gonna keep it as friendly as I could, but come on. Get the fuck out of here, man. Come on. Get the fuck out of here, man. Like, come on, bro. It's election day, November 4th. We're not falling for it's CNN is reporting it, really? All right, so let's keep getting an update here from Pennsylvania.
To Nancy Pelosi, yes, they do. Former Speaker of the House let slip what she wants to happen if Trump wins tonight. Now, before we play this, let me just say there's been rumors going around about this in D.C. all week. People have been talking about this scenario for months, but in D.C., the rumors have been all over the place. How the Dems plan on disqualifying Trump in Congress by not certifying the election on J6 2025, which is funny because they say that's what Trump did last J6, and it made him a threat to democracy. Well, up until last night, these were just rumors started by sitting Congressman Jamie Raskin, a Democrat. If you didn't see that, there's this clip of him talking about this. Watch what Congressman Raskin had to say about it. Then afterward, we'll play Nancy Pelosi last night. Roll the tape.
What can be put into the Constitution can slip away from you very quickly. And the greatest example going on right now before our very eyes is Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which they're just disappearing with a magic wand, as if it doesn't exist, even though it could not be clearer what it's stating. And so, they want to kick it to Congress. So it's going to be up to us on January 6, 2025 to tell the rampaging Trump mobs that he's disqualified. And then we need bodyguards for everybody in civil war conditions, all because the 9 justices, not all of them, but these justices who have not many cases to look at every year, not that much work to do, a huge staff, great protection, simply do not want to do their job.
Yeah, he basically just laid it all out there. I have no idea if he knew he was being recorded, but that's as clear as day. They've thought about this. They have no plans on letting Trump get back in the Oval Office. So as much as the media tried to blow this off and claim it was all nonsense, they can't anymore. They are now coming out with it publicly after last night when Nancy Pelosi went on CNN and said this.
Tomorrow is a great day. It's a day of democracy in our country. And for us, Election Day is not just Election Day. It's the weeks leading up to it. what happens that day and what happens in the days following it.
Will attempt to undermine the election. I just want to play a quick clip of what she said.
You think Speaker Johnson will do the right thing?
No, he won't. And I think that's why it's so important that the Republicans not be in the majority come January of 2025.
You were obviously Speaker on January 6, 2021. First of all, how concerned are you about that on Johnson? And what options would be available, if he in fact is still the Speaker of the House on January 6th of next year to try and gum up the certification of a Harris victory, if there is one?
Hakeem Jeffries will be the Speaker of the House. I don't know what the margin will be, but I know that we have the votes to win the House. I think it would be shameful if the current Speaker were to say that he's not going to accept the results of the election. When I was there 3.5 years ago, says she self-servingly, they told me you're going to have to accept the results of the Electoral College in an undisclosed location silently and this and that. I said, no, we're not.
I can't wait for these people to melt down, bro. I really can't. I really can't. I can't wait. I just want to see it one more time before my life is over, right? Because Trump, obviously, he's not going to run again. And, this is it, right? 4 years. And even after 4 years, this is over. But, bro, I just want to see them. I just want to see people not happy. Not today. I want to see people happy all the time. Obviously, I don't care who you vote for, but bro, you people are just so crazy. Look what you've done to the Green Party. Look what you've done to Trump. Look what you did to RFK. Look what you did to Tulsi Gabbard. I'm never going to forget what these people did to Tulsi, bro. Tulsi Gabbard got put on a terrorist watch list. Terror watch list. Every time she flies, TSA, it's like a green thing that pops up. Terror watch list. She got put on a list. Hopefully I'm right about the terror watch list, but you guys get where I'm going with this. Never forget what these people do. Thank you so much for your donations. I appreciate you guys. Guys, I'm thinking about going all the way through with the stream. I really am thinking about it. I'm thinking about doing it. Maybe a lot of you guys are going to come in and out. Let me know if you want it. I'll give you guys an 11-hour stream. I want to do it. All right, here we go. Let's keep going.
On the floor of the House to show the American people and the world that democracy has prevailed, and this and they failed this insurrection caused by the former president of the president of the United States. So Hakeem will be the Speaker. That will happen. That is what I spend a great deal of my time on, in addition to the electing Kamala Harris, President of the United States. I feel very confident about that, but the public has to pay attention. President Lincoln, let the record show, I'm quoting a Republican president, said public sentiment is everything. With it, you can accomplish almost anything. Without it, practically nothing. The American people have to weigh in if they try not to accept the results of the election.
And now that Nancy Pelosi has come out publicly about this, it's opened the door for the corporate press to just dive all over this. Axios writing yesterday, scoop, Mike Johnson and Hakeem Jeffries duel over certifying 2024 election, writing, quote, House Speaker Mike Johnson and Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries are at each other's throats over which party can truly be trusted to certify the 2024 election. Basically, the Dems have no plan to let Trump become the 47th president. They don't want him to be president. If they have any means to prevent that, you can bet they're going to try. They'll do everything they can to prevent it from happening. That's the bottom line. And things are only heating up. In Washington State and Oregon, the governors activated the National Guard yesterday. Washington Governor Jay Inslee, a Democrat.
Oh, boy. No, this is real. This is real. I saw David Nino. He was talking about this. The National Guard has been activated to certain areas. And I know they were fencing up the White House. They were fencing up a few areas. I really do wonder what's going to happen tonight. I really do. I really like once the decision is made and Trump wins, I just something's telling me he's going to win, but you never know. You really never know. But I just wonder what the next 2.5 months are going to look like. I really do. Before January comes, like what is the United States going to be? I'm not sure if anybody is wondering that.
Announced that the National Guard will be deployed to assist local police in maintaining order in case of election unrest, which is odd considering Washington State's as far away from DC as you can get. Anyways, all we can do right now is get out and vote. If you haven't done so yet, make sure to do that. Bring a friend, bring a family member.
Yeah. Once again, let's check in on the people. Let's check in on the poly market real quick. Let's see what's going on here. Let's get an update, fresh update here. Trump right now is up 61. This is what the poly market is showing. Thank you so much, Donna, for your donation. I truly appreciate you. Hayes, thank you so much for your donation. I appreciate you guys. Did you guys vote? Have you voted? Are you in line? Have you gotten your ass up to go vote? Are you still in line? Do not move. Stay through. Go vote. Vote and vote and vote. Me and my family voted early in Georgia. Somebody said white people look. They were playing football again. Voted early. I voted days ago. Yup. Okay, so we got a bunch of people that voted. All right, so let's get some more updates. Real quick, you guys want to have a laugh? Where is this guy today?
Donald Trump, if you can hear us, please, Donald Trump, please save me. Please save me, Donald Trump, please. I'm asking you. Please save me. Please save me. Please get these people away from me. In dear God's name, please stop these beautiful.
I'm sorry, this is not, it's not funny, but where is he at today, man? Where is he at? Donald Trump, please save me, Donald Trump. Somebody said, where is he at? We want to know where. Please save me, Donald Trump. Where you at, Trump? We need you. We need you. All right, let's check in on CNN. Shall we check in on CNN real quick? See how they're doing.
It's my first time voting.
Oh, you're a first-time voter. Who would you like to win?
Trump.
This bothers
Me, I am Puerto Rican, so that was like, I was like, wow, like I don't really like that, you know. It's I don't know really. I really don't know honestly.
So as a Puerto Rican, you're okay with that though?
No, definitely not. I just think, you know, like people, like everyone has opinions. Like, you know, if they don't like Puerto Ricans, it hurts, of course. But at the end of the day, I'm okay with who I am, and at the end of the day, I want to be able to have a better life in the future.
People are curious. Are you comfortable telling who you voted for president?
We'll keep that under wraps, but I do urge everybody to go out and vote. Obviously, it's super important that at the end of the day, you know, there's so many people out there, especially people I know who, you know, have that same mentality of my vote doesn't count. But, you know, when you have a bunch of people that think that it's going to sway an election, so gotta get out there.
Let's be the system, Anderson. The vote.
Who'd you vote for today?
I voted for Kamala Harris.
Why is that?
I have 3 daughters, 4 children.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't believe this guy. Guys, I don't believe him. I don't believe this guy. This guy is not a real guy. This is a robot or he's a plant. I don't know if this guy is real. I'm just going to be very honest. I've turned into conspiracy theorist when it comes to this guy right here. This guy is a plant. Has to be. There's no way he's crying. No way there's no way this guy's real.
It's going to sway an election, so gotta get out there.
Let's be the system, Anderson. The vote.
Who'd you vote for today?
I voted for Kamala Harris.
Why is that?
I have 3 daughters, 4 children overall, and women's rights is pretty important to them and my daughters. Sorry, I'm getting a little emotional about that. I didn't think that I was going to do that, but you know, just their bodies, their choice type of a mentality. You know, I want them to grow up in a world that's welcoming to everybody. So yeah, that's why I cast my vote today.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. We got to talk about a brutal reality check for CNN, who has been platforming propagandas that are spreading this idea that the Trump campaign is the campaign that is falling apart, right? You know, propagandas from the Atlantic, which is an outlet.
You guys think that guy really has 3 daughters? You guys think you guys think he ever had sex with a woman before? I don't know. I really don't know. I'm asking for the people. We just want to know. I'm not sure about that guy.
That is infamous for making things up about Trump. Yeah, they're going on CNN and making up even more things about Trump that make absolutely no sense. Take a look.
Right, Tim Alberto's out front, staff writer for The Atlantic. He spoke with nearly a dozen of Trump's aides and advisors for his latest article, headlined, quote, "Inside the Ruthless, Restless Final Days of Trump's Trump's campaign." Final days of Trump's campaign, sorry. So, Tim, I guess from everyone you're speaking to, the feeling that you're getting from the inside the campaign, do you think Trump thinks he's going to win the election?
Yeah, Aaron, I think that he does, because I think he, of course, has a pretty distorted view of political reality. I think that's been the case for quite some time. He does believe that he's going to win. And I think as of a few weeks ago, people close to him were still his prospects. I'm not sure that's the case anymore. I think that there is a real fear that the bottom has started to fall out here at the worst possible moment, and that they are closing about as weak a fashion as you possibly could. If sprinting through the tape is at one extreme, I think sort of crawling or limping through the tape is at the other, and that's how a lot of the Trump folks feel.
Yeah. So again, more made up BS from The Atlantic, citing anonymous Trump sources, no real names, no evidence whatsoever that any of these things were said. But again, the narrative that is being put out there is that the bottom is falling out of the Trump campaign, right? This is what they want to put out there going into election day, right? As people are currently voting, because according to early voter turnout numbers, it seems like it's not the Trump campaign whose bottom is falling out. No, it's actually the Kamala Harris campaign, in which CNN gets a brutal reality check on exactly the current state of the race right now, in which even Van Jones admit that, yeah, I'm very worried about places like Philadelphia and Pennsylvania because of the voter turnout issue that Kamala Harris clearly has. Take a look.
The math doesn't work. The Democrats are down 1.7 million early votes in the battleground states. In urban areas, they are down 1.4 million votes in the battleground states. Among women voters, rural voters have overperformed early by 300,000. Democrats have to win their races early. Republicans generally win them on election day, and the margins don't add up right now for the Democrats in any of these battleground states.
Worried, Philadelphia is where we've got to run up a big margin. But Philly overall has been trending down, not in terms of going toward the Republicans, just people not getting out to vote. And so you got people out there like Pastor Carl Day, who's got a bunch of young men with them knocking on doors, trying to get people to come out. It's a bigger, tougher fight in Philly to get that vote count up than it has been in the past. That has me worried. The other thing that has me worried is that the Jewish vote in the suburban.
Guys, this guy, how much you guys want to bet that no matter what happens, if Kamala wins, which I doubt, if Trump wins, which I really, very, very confident in, this guy's gonna cry. No matter what happens, let's just go search up Van Jones real quick. Van Jones. Let's go to Van Jones. No matter what the outcome is, he's gonna be crying no matter what. We already know this. It's gonna always end up being this way. It's always gonna look like this. It's always, whether he wins or he loses, this guy's always gonna cry. And I actually can't wait to see his reaction. Guys, we're gonna be getting the reactions from everybody, Democrats, even Republicans to a degree, but definitely I want to see the Democrats cry. I really do. Because it's been a crazy time. And it's only for the election, guys. Only for the election that I want to see these people cry. Thank you so much for your donations, guys. I appreciate you guys. Let's keep playing this video by our guy, Black Conservative Perspective. Let's take a listen.
Areas. Biden won the Jewish vote by 70%.
Let me know if you guys can hear this video.
70-30 last time. Some polls show Kamala at 50-50. That is 70,000 votes we've bled away. That is the margin for victory. So you got groups like Zioness, Amanda Berman out there fighting to get the Jewish vote back on board. This is a tough
Trump campaign doing ads
and
to
the
try
Trump
to
campaign pushing the other direction. So this is it is door to door, bruised knuckles, tired legs, a lot of coffee, and I'm nervous and worried, and I'm not going to be anyway until this thing gets called.
Okay, is there anything that is making you happy about Pennsylvania?
No, there's nothing making me happy about Pennsylvania. You got David Urban out there causing us trouble in the rural parts of the state. Get David Urban on this show and keep him here all day, and then I'll feel better.
Just don't let him leave.
I don't want him out there.
Same question to you. Is anything making you happy about Pennsylvania? Is everything making you nervous?
I just have to say, if only there's something that Kamala Harris could have done early in this campaign to help with the Jewish voters of Pennsylvania, could it have been that the governor of Pennsylvania?
Yeah, she didn't choose Josh Shapiro. She didn't choose Josh Shapiro, guys. That's what happened. That's where she messed up.
Is a Jewish American who would have been and a very popular one.
Just because if she thinks Josh Shapiro doesn't mean every Jew is going to be voting for her.
I mean, it might have meant a whole bunch of Pennsylvanians voted for her. This could go down as the biggest.
Moving on.
I'm just saying. Anyway, I understand why you're nervous. Look, I think whoever wins Pennsylvania, I mean, obviously, 90+% chance are going to be the next president. And so these campaigns have pulled out all the stops there. The fact that Harris is going there a ton means I think they're nervous about it. And I look at some of this this early voting stuff, and it's like a witch's cauldron. You can lean over and smell the vapors, and you can kind of sort of see what you want to see in it. And Republicans have some reason to believe that maybe the Democrats aren't doing quite as well with their turnout operation. But the reality is nobody knows nothing. And so for old political operatives like Van and me, that does make you nervous because of the closeness of the polling and just the uncertainty around all the data.
Scott Jennings is taking the conservative approach, but listening to what Van Jones just said, I mean, it tells you everything you need to know, right? Democrats are incredibly nervous about Pennsylvania. In fact, the race could come down to Pennsylvania. This is why you have Kamala Harris staging door knocking in Pennsylvania, because she's trying to motivate people to go out and to do more door knocking and to get people to come and vote. And again, so far, it just hasn't been a whole lot of enthusiasm when it comes to getting out and voting for Kamala Harris. And lo and behold, even on election day, as we start to get some early numbers coming in, again, this is preliminary, okay? But again, I just want to document what happens throughout the day, right? Look at Florida, in which, you had a lot of these propagandists claiming that, well, Florida may flip blue because of the Iowa poll.
I told you guys. Thank you, Don, and thank you, Tony, for your $50 donation. Anybody send the donations, I hope I don't miss you. Allison, thank you so much for your donations, guys. I truly appreciate you. We're going to try to go as long as we can on the stream. This is probably going to be my longest stream ever, so get your popcorn, get ready, smash the like button, spread the word. Let's keep going.
Right? But again, when you look at the actual election day numbers by party, Republicans are really outpacing Democrats by a lot, right? By almost double. Now, maybe the cope here is that those other 170K ballots, maybe those are all going towards Democrats, right? And they are more enthusiastic about voting for Kamala Harris than actual Democrats, right? But I highly doubt it, okay? I don't know. But again, the liberal media was telling me that Florida could go blue because of some poll out of Iowa by Ann Seltzer showing Kamala Harris beating Trump, right? This is what they were telling us. But again, if you look at these early voting numbers and you look at the election day numbers coming in, it seems like that trend is holding of Democrats not really showing up to vote for Kamala Harris. But again, we will see. It's all preliminary. However, again, this does match the data that was put out there by the most accurate pollster of 2020 and 2022 that the liberal media did not parade around and ask him, why do you have Trump winning all of these swing states?
All right, so you pretty much nailed 2020, and you were up against a lot of respectable polling outfits. Right now, you have Trump up 1 in Pennsylvania, but where is he in the rest of the battlegrounds, Andre?
Thank you so much for inviting me on your show, Jesse. Since the beginning of this race, Atlas Intel has shown a structural advantage for Trump. So across the board, in the Rust Belt, in the Sun Belt, he's consistently pulled ahead of Kamala Harris. We're showing him within 2 points of Harris in the state of Minnesota. So that's,
wow. Wait, say that again. You have Trump within 2 in Minnesota?
Yeah. So that really points to a structural advantage, right? I mean, all of these swing states are very competitive. The political machine on both sides is very strong. The amount of money, of resources that's spent on these campaigns is huge, right? So in states where Democrats have traditionally improved, like in North Carolina or in Georgia, structurally they're continuing to improve, but they're sort of battling against large disapproval rates for the current president. And in some of the states where they're leading before, also because of structural changes, like in Nevada, we think that Trump has a good chance of, for example, turning in Nevada, and he is pretty close in our numbers in the only poll we released so far in Minnesota.
All right, so you say you're going to give Trump Nevada. Now, Clark County, where Vegas is historically corrupt. There's a machine. They have ward bosses. They do what they need to do every election to get the Democrat in there. Why do you think Trump will be able to propel over that Clark County machine this time in Nevada?
No, the machine vote is something that polling generally doesn't capture well. So if the machines will have a huge impact, then it means we should expect a result that is perhaps different from our polling. Now, in terms of what the tendencies are in this,
we got an update for Trump. Update from Trump. Trump says on X, let me put this up on the screen here. Trump says we are doing great. Stay on the line. Do not let them move you. Stay on the line and vote. I haven't seen one. Let's go look at Kamala. Has Kamala tweeted anything out today? I'm telling you, I have not seen any noise from the Democrats. I think we're gonna know the winner by 6, 7 o'clock. I really do. I just have this. I told you guys I have this feeling. That's why I'm gonna stay on. I'm gonna stay on. We've been on for 1 hour and 36. We're just gonna do one big live stream. So please spread the word on this. Let's go to Kamala's okay, this one right here. Kamala Harris, has she tweeted anything? Yeah, nah. This is the only thing she tweeted was 5 minutes ago. She said, already voted. Thank you for making your voice heard. Now send this link to 3 other people. Oh, they're panicking. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next president of the United States, Donald John Trump. This is what so you see, Trump is telling people to stay online, right? Thank you so much for your donations. I truly appreciate you guys. Thank you. Thank you, Denise. Appreciate you. And thank you, D. Appreciate you. She says, already voted. Thank you for making your voice heard. And then she says, now send this link to 3 other people in your life and make sure they plan to vote. So Trump is tweeting out, putting on X, saying that Republicans, we are doing great. Stay on the line. Do not let them move. Do not let them move you. Stay on the line and vote. One is saying, hey, we're doing great. Let's keep going. Do not fucking move. Get your ass out and vote. The other one is saying, have you already voted? Can you please, after you vote, can you send this link to like 3 other people? That's how you know. I'm telling you, man. And look, I'm not celebrating. I'm not saying anything. I'm not calling this for Trump, but I'm looking at her X account. Let's look at her X account. And in her X account, you don't see anything that says I'm winning. You don't see anything that says we're doing great. Keep pushing. All you see is election day stuff. Please go out and vote. Please go out and vote. Look, 37 minutes ago, election day is here and the choice is in your hands. Find your polling location. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes for the Democrats. Trump is out here telling people to stay online. You're doing great. And the other side is telling people, and people are lost. We don't know. We don't know where you're at. We don't know where you're at. All right, let's go look at, okay, things are changing here. At the poly market, you got Trump surging. Trump is surging 60% to 39%. Let's see, has anything changed ever since we started talking? Nope. Nothing's pretty much staying. We're at 61.3, 38.8, 38.9 for the betting market. So Trump is not just a favorite. He is a crazy favorite. So it's literally becoming too big to rig. All right, let's go. Let's move on to the next video real quick. We got Neil Johnson that's going viral for this video he just did. We're going to play a little bit of this. If you guys don't know who Lumberjack Logic is, Neil Johnson has 100,000 views in an hour. Why? Take a listen.
Hey, good day, folks. Welcome to another edition of Lumberjack Logic Live. I'm your host, Neil Johnson. So excited to be with you and share the news with you people. I have some great news for you, actually, followed by some concerning news. We'll talk about this as we go through. I mean, this is coming out of Pennsylvania, Missouri, and Texas. I have some wild news. So do me a favor, though. Smash that like button. Do chat in with where you're from. Let's see who's on this stream. William, good to see you on. Yeller, good to see you on. All y'all. So look, I got to mention my sponsor really quick too, folks. Regime. So anyways, folks, just wanted to get that out. I want to share this Tucker video real quick. That's 2 minutes, but I'm going to actually get into this bit of news really fast. I'm going to get into some just bomber. This is just great news, folks. So I'm going to add this to the stage. Look at this. This was last night's final numbers. The very last vote by mail drop from Pennsylvania before Election Day. 2000. This is a disaster for the Democrats, folks. 2,411 votes. I'm not kidding you. This was their final vote by mail number to show you just how bad that is, people. Here's what it is. Total votes counted, vote by mail, advantaged Trump by 18.46%. This is vote by mail, people. Okay? Look at this. The Democrats, so they got 1 million. It is 29.36% of 2020 Biden votes, and it's 66.8%. They are down over 30% on their early voting. Republicans are up 108%. And look at this number, people. Okay? It's 17.86% of the Trump. Oh, it's a disaster, folks. This is an absolute disaster for the Democrats. So what are they doing? People? What do you think the Democrats are doing? What do you think the machine is doing in Pennsylvania right now? And this will just, I don't want to send you over the edge here, but no, not that one. Here we go. Report out of Martinsburg, Pennsylvania. It's 7:06, and the election official came outside and said this voting area has the wrong tabulators and the wrong ballots for this location. So the most important election of our lifetimes, and we got the wrong stuff here, folks. I mean, the wrong tabulators, the wrong ballots. I mean, why do we have these stupid machines in our elections? We need to go back to paper ballots, hand counted, election day, okay? Election day in precincts, small precincts. Do you know why Maricopa County sucks so bad, folks? Because they have what's called a vote center and print-on-demand ballots. Can you imagine having to rely on the ballots being printed election day? This stuff is so stupid. It's beyond the pale just how dumb it is. Unless, folks, it's not that dumb because you're setting things up for failure. Okay, here, I'll give you another one. Oh, not that one. That one's awesome. Pennsylvania election integrity. Look at this. It's a new day in the Republican Party, folks. It is a new day in terms of election integrity. Ronna Romney McDaniel is not there. And I seriously want to thank my audience right now. I know so many of you reached out to the RNC when I did all those videos on Ronna. And you guys reached out and contacted them, said, I will not give another dime until this lady is gone. Okay. And so here we have Michael Whatley. Early this morning, we learned that Republican poll watchers in Philadelphia, York, Westmoreland, Allegheny, Lake, Cambria, Wyoming, and Lackawanna counties were being turned away. We deployed our roving attorneys, engaged with local officials, and can now report that Republican poll watchers have been let into the building. So, people, this is another big one. Remember the pizza boxes over the windows? Remember how they got Republican poll watchers kicked out of locations? Well, not this time around, okay? But again, I'm not saying all is right in Pennsylvania, okay? There's plenty going on there, okay? Look at this in Oklahoma City. New Covenant Christian Church. This is a polling place. This is called electioneering. This is electioneering, and it's at a church. I mean, honestly, this crap is at a church. First off, that's wrong in and of itself. But then on top of that, it's a polling place. So this is electioneering. I tell you what, man, these people are unbelievable. Here, you guys want another big win, though? Let me give you this. Out of Texas, the U.S. Department of Justice agreed last night not to enter Texas polling in central count locations or otherwise interfere with the administration of Texas elections just hours after Attorney General Ken Paxton sued the DOJ. I love Ken Paxton. If every Republican Attorney General had the chutzpah of Ken Paxton, we would be winning everywhere, okay? Over its announcement that it would send federal agents to monitor Texas locations. I wonder where they were going to send those monitors. Was it Harris County? Marissa would probably know. She's been covering Harris County, Texas like nobody else. Texans run Texas elections, and we will not be bullied by the Department of Justice. The DOJ knows it has no authority to monitor Texas elections and back down when Texas stood up for the rule of law. And that's what the states need to do. You just need to stand up. The federal government is just it's like a paper tiger, okay? The states stand up to them. Remember when Texas said, look, we're going to enforce our own border and sent their own guard troops down there to Eagles Pass and so on. And I know some of it was for show and everything, but it did. Biden went out and said, oh, they better back off, or it's like, there's going to be civil war kind of talk. And what did they do? The federal government backed off. There was no way they could keep going. So anyways, this is a big win out of the state of Texas. Again, smash that like button. Do chat in with where you're from. Look at this. I'm going to who is on their way to vote this morning? Let's see who in the chat is on their way to vote. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to play this video, folks. Watch this. We'll talk a little bit more about Pennsylvania and everything. I've got some other stuff on Pennsylvania, but I want you, and also I've got something big on Missouri. In fact, here, I'm just going to pull this in right now. We'll cover this real quick. Some of you have probably seen this. Let me pull this out real quick so I can just hold up my phone and show you. But I got a text from somebody, and they sent me this. This was a screenshot. So this is in Missouri. The ballot with Kamala Harris's name, Tim Walz's name, has a little dot on it. Okay. Well, that could obviously throw the machines. And here's what's interesting. Okay.
Yeah, this guy Neil Johnson knows everything about this because he covered everything that happened in 2020 with the election and what happened overall. But the dot, anybody saw that? Yeah, Minnesota. Yeah, Minnesota. I'm getting updates right now. I'm letting Neil Johnson do his thing here. He's really good at what he does. Smash the like button. I will be just getting updates as he's talking.
Okay, so he said, my daughter sent me this with 15 people saying the same thing in Missouri. So this is not fake news. This is actually happening in Missouri. And do you know what I find fascinating? One of the states that the federal government deployed election monitors from the DOJ to was, guess which state? What the hell's going on in Missouri? That's
Missouri. Okay, so I got an update here from Elon. Elon Musk says, wow, the cavalry has arrived. Men are voting in record numbers. They now realize everything is at stake. That is what Elon Musk just put out there. I'm looking to see what I can get out of. Let me see. I'm looking to see what I'm getting out. I don't see anything from Democrats. I don't see any updates. Usually Democrats at this time with like 9 hours to go, 8 hours to go, they usually like, hey, everything's going well. We're going to win. We're confident. I don't see anything from the Democrats right now. Not even one tweet that gives us, at least where they're at mentally.
Bastion of conservatism, they honestly think that they're going to steal Missouri? Good night. I mean, what are they worried too much? Like we've got too many eyes on the swing states, so now they're going to try to go after Missouri. Anyways, somebody already voted. Missouri ain't going for Harris, folks. Let's see what else we got here. Montana, voting with my husband, voting Trump. Voting Trump.
We just got an ad. Trump's last ad, closing ad. Shall we play it? Shall we play Trump's closing ad? He just posted it. Big time. We got 5,300 people in here. I know more people are going to be coming in. Did you guys vote yet? I know we got a lot of new people still coming into this live stream. We are on all the way through the results of the 2024 election. He just posted an ad, the last closing ad. I'm going to play it. All right, let's play it. People want to play it. Let's go.
Nothing worth doing ever came easy. Treat the word impossible as nothing more than motivation. Never, ever quit. Never quit. Adversity makes you stronger. Don't give in, don't back down, and never stop doing what you know is right. They want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedoms. They're not coming after me, they're coming after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way.
When they couldn't beat him, they tried to bankrupt him.
President Trump is back in a New York City courtroom.
When that didn't work, they tried to put him in federal prison.
Raided by the FBI.
When that didn't work, they even tried to kill him.
They just tried to kill President Trump.
Donald Trump still stands, ready to fight, ready to win, and ready to make America great again.
This is Donald Trump's house, brother.
This election, we all get to choose. I'm going to choose real American leadership and a real American values. The 45th and soon to be 47th President Donald J. Trump.
Starting on day one, we will defeat inflation quickly and we will make America affordable again. I will cut your energy costs in half. It's time for the working man and woman to finally catch a break. We are going to bring back the American dream, bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. When I'm back in the White House, we will restore world peace, and it will be again peace through strength. I will launch the largest deportation program in American history. I will put these vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in jail or kick them the hell out of our country. November 5th, 2024 will be Liberation Day in America. We all salute the same great American flag. Our best days are yet to come. Together, we will make America great again.
That is the closing ad. The closing ad for Donald J. Trump. Closing ad. All right, so let me know what you guys think about that. Let me know what you guys think about that. Yeah, so I'm getting a lot of good updates. We do have Trump entering the headquarters here to watch everything happening. Trump and Melania. Let's take a look. Oh, look at all the media, bro. So much media. Look at this.
It's too early to congratulate, but we are hearing its record kind of numbers. Caroline, do you want to just tell them what you told me a little while ago?
Sure, yeah. Enthusiasm is very high. We're seeing our voters are turning out, especially in rural areas across the country, and we see Democrat areas are not turning out as great as our people. So your people are ready, and they're turning out for you, sir.
We had a big lead.
Wow, look at that. Somebody said this is giving 2020 vibes. Trump was up and the machines started messing up. I don't think so. I think so many eyes are on this and on everything. We got poll watchers. We have so many different people on it. We're gonna know. The last ad was really good. All right, we got an update here from the confidence. I told you guys, I'm looking to see where the confidence is and where Democrats are at in this election. I'm looking to see where they're at. They're nowhere to be found.
So the confidence gap remains. Republicans I talked to are just sending me their electoral college guesses. They're all above 270, some as high as 320 or 322, I think. I don't have a single Democrat emailing me an electoral college map. They say they think they're going to win, but they're not as confident. Three scenarios. We talked about them last night on Two Way Tonight. You've got the possibility of knowing tonight who's going to win. You've got the possibility that we'll know tonight that we won't know who's going to win. And I've screwed up my three scenarios. And the possibility that sorry, here we go. That we know tonight by like 1 a.m. who's going to win. It could be we don't know by 1 a.m., but we think we're going to know tomorrow. Or it could be we know we're not going to know for days or weeks, right? Those are the scenarios. We'll stay on tonight if it looks like it's possible that we think we're going to know eventually before dawn, okay? Virginia closes at 7 o'clock. They count fast in Virginia. If Virginia is won by Trump or is very close, and if the exit polls in Virginia suggest Trump's, the gender gap's not that big, etc., we'll know a lot. Georgia and North Carolina will likely know them before we know the other battleground states. If Trump has won Georgia and North Carolina, it doesn't mean the race is over. I believe he is still favored in those two states. But if Harris wins one or both of those states, it means she's probably going to win, but not definitely if she only wins one. Okay, Harris could win North Carolina, and then Trump could win Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. Possible. So if Trump wins Georgia and North Carolina, the evening will be defined by, can he win one of the blue wall states?
Wow. Okay, so I do have Road to Politics just released this. Wow. And this is the second one. So we got Real Clear Politics. Once again, stick with me here. We got a lot to go. We got a lot to go in. I told you guys this is going to be crazy. This is why I went live now. Major update. I got food on the way, guys, so I'm good. Don't worry about me. I'm good. All right, so deep breath here. We got Road to the election, Just in, Donald J. Trump is projected to be the 47th president of the United States. We surveyed over 4 million Americans. Here's the results, 69-30, which is what the poly market is showing. Let's go back to the poly market. Poly market is still the same. Nothing's really changing over there as far as who's going to win. And once again, this doesn't matter. Get your ass out and vote. If you voted already, you can watch. If you haven't voted, get the hell off this video. Go vote. Go vote. Stay in line. If you're in line watching this, turn off the phone. Lock in. Go vote. Go vote if you haven't voted. But if you have voted already, thank you for coming in, and you're allowed to watch this, all right? Get your ass out and go vote. Stay on the line. All right, here we go. So the numbers is coming out. This is the second projection that I've seen early. Early projections have, holy moly. All right, I'm not celebrating. Don't worry about it, guys. I really do want to see what the Democrats are doing. I still don't see anything. What Democrats are, I don't see anything about the Democrats. New York, ladies and gentlemen. I do want to get an update on New York. We got people in the streets. Shall we go look at what's going on in the streets? Let's see what's going on in the streets here. Let's get an update from the streets. These are people right now in Nashville.
For sure. Yeah, it's the same people lecturing you that ran on Trump-Russia collusion for 4 years, spending tens of millions of dollars investigating that. The biggest hoax probably in media history, right? Yes. And then now they're grandstanding saying, we're the party of truth. We're the party of science. When every single argument against Donald Trump is that he's going to be literally Hitler, and he held a KKK rally the other day at Madison Square Garden. It's like, what is going on? Hey, join me. Let's go find maybe a Harris supporter to talk to. You want to join us?
Yeah, why not?
All righty. How's it going, man?
Good. What's up?
James.
Yes.
Jeffrey. Are you a Kamala Harris supporter?
I'm not.
Okay. Well, yeah, you approached me.
They're hard to find. They can't find a Kamala supporter in the streets. James Klug. Whoa, somebody gifted 10. Thank you. Wow. Thank you so much for gifting 10 LV Nation memberships.
Potential threat against Western civilization in America.
Sure.
Yeah, he's the only one willing to challenge the machine that's, working against the good of me and my people. Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. And it's funny because Elon Musk has been talking about that a lot recently when it comes to importing 10 million illegals, them sending tens of thousands of people into swing states to help shift that. I mean, if it's not the last election, it's pretty close to the last election because they're going to go after mass amnesty, and there's not going to be any more swing states. But we are trying to find. Let's try to find a Harris supporter. I appreciate you, man. Thanks for your time.
For sure.
Yeah.
Look at all the men out there. By the way, guys, if you have an update from New York, I cannot find anything from New York, guys. I cannot find anything from New York. If you have something from New York, the city, a little outside of the city, the suburbs, Poughkeepsie, up there, please let me know. Send them over to me. I want to know what's going on in New York.
Ask you about it really quick. I'm going to throw you under the bus. This guy's a Trump supporter. What are your thoughts about that? What's going on?
My God. Hey, you have the right to you do you, but if you really want someone that's going to be for America, who's really going to be taking care of us and not, to me, out for the upper class, I think it's Kamala.
You want to take it away, or you want me to take it away?
But my major question is, if we think that he's an existential crisis to democracy, Democrats are looking to overthrow the First and Second Amendment. That is the beginning of our Constitution. How can you say that we are looking out for the benefit of America if their existential threat of attacking our First and Second Amendment? Not to mention the two wars, Israel and Ukraine. Why is that happening?
So those wars have been going on for thousands of years. Everybody's fighting over that land, okay? It had nothing to do with us.
Including Ukraine? Did Ukraine and Israel pop off under Trump or after Trump?
Listen, of course it did, but what happened under Trump's administration?
We did not have any new wars.
Okay.
Wait, ma'am, do you mind if I pause it really quick?
That's disrespectful.
He says, somebody says, James, tell that beautiful lady that Kamala sucks.
Oh, that's okay.
Ma'am, do you mind if I'm going to pause it right here, okay? First thing that he was talking about is the attack on the First and Second Amendment rights under this current administration. How would you address that?
Okay, tell me examples. Can you please tell me examples? Because to me, she is defending that Constitution.
Interesting. Okay.
What do you think about the Twitter files, where Elon Musk, when she bought Twitter, there was a direct evidence proven that there was a backdoor by the government into Twitter to be able to censor American speech?
Do you think also that a lot of that was stimulated from certain people that it should have been stimulated from? Falsements?
The question is that a First Amendment violation? It doesn't matter whether you believe they should or shouldn't. The question is a legal right on should the government have an actual reason to go after American citizens for their own personal thought?
I think that if it is something that could hurt our country, which the fake news from coming out of Russia, and I just saw the other day where, anyway, to me, I'm sorry, I just feel like
no, I mean, what he's talking about right there. This
typical Kamala supporter
held more meetings with big tech companies to censor Americans than this year holding cabinet meetings in this administration. Right. So it was obviously a big priority. I will add one thing as well. The Disinformation Governance Board, they tried to roll out a literal ministry of truth that lasted about 3 weeks before it blew up because people on the internet were calling it out. That was probably one of the biggest violations of the First Amendment from the federal government, certainly in modern American history. Have you heard about the Disinformation Governance Board? And do you think that that's a good argument that they're attacking free speech?
I think it's not only... You have to realize, think about it. Do you want to hear false information? Do you want to hear, and I know it's up to us to fact check. I totally get that. I'm just saying during an election, when you're right in the middle of an election and you have all this stuff coming from Russia, whatever. I mean, it's persuading the people in the wrong direction. It's given so many people who really don't fact check and are very ignorant of what's actually happening right now.
Do you mind if I ask, who are the arbiters of truth then? The federal government? Would you trust Donald Trump? You don't like Donald Trump. Would you trust Donald Trump with fact checking you and censoring you? What do you think?
I think both of them could be misleading. I'm not saying any people.
All right, guys, there's like noise in the background, but that's live right now. That's live right now. People are interviewing other folks. I know Nick Shirley's out in the streets as well, talking to people, talking to voters in Times Square. Let me see. Yeah, so we're gonna be keeping an eye out on that. I'm trying to get updates here. Let's see. Let's go.
And telling people that we live on a flat plane, that everything is a lie, that there's an ice wall. How is that not an existential crisis to the way that our structures and our beliefs are created?
And I'm not an argument, but I'm just saying the flat Earth is not affecting who's coming into presidency. Yes, you can throw out all these falsehoods that you can throw out, and I'm guessing you're Trump.
Me?
Yes.
Oh, 100%. It's. I mean, I don't believe in political.
Real quick, we got a major update. Yeah, I'm gonna try to run all day. I need coffee. I got some food on the way. Let's get a major update here. Florida Republicans have reached a massive turnout and they lead over 1 million. Ladies and gentlemen, I thought Florida was in play for the Democrats. Democrats kept saying that it was in play. All right, so here we have Arizona is another huge state, big time state here. Arizona Democrat says he is voting for Donald Trump, and CNN. Here's the reaction. Let's take a listen.
You just voted for Donald Trump. Walk me through why you cast that vote.
Yeah, so just seeing what's been happening in the past 4 years. I voted Democrat the past 4 years, and I'm really disappointed in the administration, how everything has been going. I was in the mortgage industry for quite some time, and that hurt us pretty bad. I lost my job because of it, dealing with the recession and everything. And I know that everyone's saying we're looking for solutions from every party, right? But in actuality, the solutions they came up with were no solutions. It hurt us even more. Now you have to have a son with parents and daughter. All the families get together to be able to even afford a home or even afford a rent.
So the economy is number one issue for you?
Absolutely. It impacts every one of us.
Did you vote for Biden in 2020?
I did. I'm sorry. I did. Yeah, I did. I was deceived, but I'm a walking example of how people can change their mind. You just go with the evidence of what benefits you and your family. So Biden has not been beneficial to my family, at least.
You're a car salesman now.
I'm a car salesman now.
Was that one of the reasons why the economy just is top and center for you?
Yes, lots of offices shut down. They had to kind of like regroup, right, with banks trying to just regroup, and unfortunately, they have to let a lot of people go. It's just a matter of profit, right? I mean, profit is not a bad word for anyone. That's democracy. This is, the country we live in. We vote to be able to make a profit and have a good.
Yeah, don't let anybody shame you because you decided to take advantage of what the United States is make money and chase the dream. Arizona going red. Arizona's looking good. I'm going to start getting these numbers. Once again, it's still pretty early. Okay, we got an update here from Fox. Let's see what the update is.
And Mark Penn is standing by, the CEO and chairman of Stagwell Inc., and extremely valuable all the time, but especially now. Mark, I've been watching the last few days. I know it's only been a few hours since you left the air, but is there anything that happened since the rallies wrapped up for Trump at 2 a.m. after leaving Pennsylvania, went to Michigan, Grand Rapids, that we should know about that might affect your sense that you'd rather be Trump than Harris?
Well, look, I think 2 or 3 minor things happened. I think first, the final tallies that come in about the mail-in or walk-in votes are much better for the Republicans.
Wait a minute. Before we get this update, this is a huge update right here. Former Dem poster is giving us an update here. But wait a minute. Let me zoom out. We're getting big news out of Arizona, and Trump's lead is like astronomical from what I'm getting from Trump. Let me see if Arizona, if I could get an update here. Apparently, according to Kalshi, breaking Trump's odds to win Arizona increased to 77 on election betting site. Let me actually go search this up. This is big. This is huge. Because let me Arizona betting. Let me see. Arizona, Kalshi real quick. Let's go to Kalshi. Kalshi is a good indicator as to where this election is at right now. And I want to get big numbers here. So Kalshi, actually, we're gonna let's go through this real quick. Actually, hopefully this thing loads up for me and you guys are able to hear me and see everything that's going on. But this is crazy. Arizona's outside. Arizona might be a bigger win for Trump than, well, it's at least going to be up there with Florida. Florida has shown all the way out for the GOP. Florida's in the building. Florida's not playing around. Wow, look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this. Look at this. Betting favorite Donald Trump to win Arizona, 78%. What in the world is going on? Wow. 78%. Now, this was at no point close. Trump has gone to 73% in October, but for some reason, Kamala Harris, she's just going down 23%. She's not even polling out there. Has no chance. Crazy. So let's go to the election real quick. Let's see what's going on. So Kalshi has 57% for Trump. And Poly Market is around the same thing. Poly Market has Trump at 60%. So Kalshi has Trump at 57% to win. Let's go to New York. Do we have any? Oh my God, New York is bad. For the betting market, she has a 95% chance of winning New York. For the betting market, this is once again betting market stuff. We don't know when the real numbers start coming out. These things will start changing. But apparently, it's not looking good for Trump in New York, which is very unfortunate according to the betting markets. But Trump is going back up to the 60s. Pennsylvania, Trump is 55%. Florida, look at this. Florida. Oh my God, Florida. Trump, 93% likely to win Florida according to the Poly Market, according to Kalshi and the Poly Markets. So wow, look at this. Trump 90% favorite. But this is just who's favorite to win betting wise. We never know. We're always in for surprises, specifically on election day. But this is Kalshi and Poly Market. Pennsylvania, Trump is 55%. These things might change. Wisconsin, Trump is looking like he's not going to win Wisconsin. What's going on, Wisconsin? Michigan, Harris is likely to win Michigan. Betting odds, Trump likely to win Georgia. Georgians, Pennsylvania is going red. According to the betting market, Trump is up by 12%. Nevada is neck and neck. They still haven't made up their mind here in the betting markets for Nevada. Party to win the Senate. Republicans are very much 82%. Jesus. And then we have, and we're going to keep an eye out on this throughout the night because I'm pretty sure things are probably going to change on the betting markets. But Trump killing Arizona. Trump killing Georgia. Neck and neck here in Nevada. Pennsylvania, Trump is killing it, 12%. Wisconsin is not looking good for Trump. Michigan is not looking good for Trump either. But once again, this is just the betting markets. This is not what the polls are saying. We don't have the votes coming in yet. We're going to start having votes coming in around 7, 8, and 9 p.m. Eastern time. So we're not going to know. These are what the betting market is saying that is going to happen. Usually, betting markets have been right 10 out of 11 elections dating back, 40 years, right? 30 years. So that's what it's looking like right now. Trump likely favorite to win the election, which is great. Love to see it. Balance of power, trading markets. And that's an update. Trump not likely to win New York at all. But if you bet on Trump to win New York, you put $1, you might get back like $25. So for Trump to win New York, let's go to New York real quick. Go back to New York. Florida, Trump is cooking in Florida. But the New York one, hold on, we got an error here. Let's Trump to win New York. Let's go to New York. What state do you guys want to know? Texas, he's killing it. Oh my God, 98%, 91% in Texas. Trump is killing the South, even the Midwest. Okay, Illinois, no chance there. Wisconsin, he does have a chance in Wisconsin, Minnesota. Once again, this is just betting. So you can bet for Trump to win New York. You're going to get a lot of money back. You could bet money for Trump to win Virginia. You're going to get a lot of money back. New Mexico, Harris is up there. Colorado, Harris is up by a lot in Colorado, of course. Washington, Wyoming. I voted for Trump in Robin Hood. Yeah, Louisiana. So we're going to come back. We're going to come back to that, guys. We're going to come back. Now let's go to the former pollster, Democratic pollster for an update here. And we're going to keep getting updates throughout the day. Make sure to smash the like button. If you haven't followed this channel, please. 60 cents a contract, Puma Boy says. Yeah, you guys are going to probably be winning a lot of money because we're going to be in for a huge surprise here in this election?
And I think first, the final tallies that come in about the mail-in or walk-in votes are much better for the Republicans. And I put out an article this morning in the Hill explaining kind of the math that really Republicans will pick up at least a point because their voters are in the bank rather than having to rely on Election Day. I thought the endorsements, from Joe Rogan and particularly, Megyn Kelly at the end were significant, a little late, but it does suggest that you don't endorse somebody on the eve of an election unless you think they're going to win. Okay, so at least they think he's going to win, and I thought they were actually two, pretty powerful, pretty strong endorsements compared to the surprising celebrity close. I've never been a big fan of celebrities, backing political candidates because it mixes the trivial with the serious. And of course, in Dixville Notch, they split 3-3, and last time those same voters were 6 for Joe Biden.
So here is Megyn Kelly last night. In case you didn't know, she got a call yesterday or the day before and said, "Would you join me in Pennsylvania?" She said yes. Cut 12.
Then he dropped a bunch of F-bombs, and I thought, I really enjoy this feeling of proving Mark Cuban wrong. And so here I am at a Trump rally, a strong, intelligent woman to prove Mark Cuban wrong again.
And the crowd really received her well. She turned around and saluted the hard hat guys behind the steelworkers who said, yeah, my management wants to endorse Harris. But the steelworkers showed up last night. And what about the symbolism, Mark Penn, of steelworkers showing up for Trump and Oprah and Lady Gaga showing up for Harris? As who would you want? Blue collar versus, I don't know, polite society?
Well, look, believe it or not, it's a political campaign, not a soap opera. So, again, when I actually ran the Democratic convention, I all but threw Hollywood out. I just believe that this idea of running a campaign on the basis of celebrities endorsing when they they have no expertise in the issues, they don't live the issues, they're far removed from kind of everyday life compared to steel workers who are right in the thicket, who feel the brunt of foreign steel being made versus U.S. steel, who live the very issues of this campaign. So I've always been in favor of that. I've always been against the kind of celebrity type clothes, and unless you believe this is sort of some kind of new internet age where people just vote on the basis of stuff like that and don't care about the issues anymore, it is a stark contrast for closing. Not that I think a lot of people are deciding. I think this election has been decided.
I know you thought 2 weeks ago. I've been almost like a stalker, listening to almost everything you said. But I thought when Van Jones said this last night, I go, I got to pull this for the radio show. He was on CNN, and he's not a Trump fan. Cut 23.
That whole Iowa poll thing got everybody all happy. That was just silly. That was a great pollster with a bad poll. We are behind in Pennsylvania, folks. We are behind. We're not where we're supposed to be in the early vote, and that means get up and go vote. Stand in long lines, do what you have to do. When she says she's the underdog, she is the underdog. And I think it's important for people when you go to bed tonight to think about, do I know anybody in a swing state? Can I text them? Can I call them? Can I push people to go vote?
Pretty much what you were saying, but I guess something that he saw, which he has privilege to, really alarmed him because there was no salesmanship in that. That was just a guy saying, I think the other guy's winning.
Well, look, I think it's standard get out the vote fair to say the other guy's winning unless you go vote. So I don't put much stock in any of that. I think a lot of this, Trump was ahead in the last 2 weeks. The Democrats were conceding, was trying to get their vote out. I just go by the facts. There was 1 million difference in the last time, and there's maybe 400,000 difference. That's 600,000 votes that have been picked up in fact, right, that have to come out differently for Democrats on election day to win. And that's just the only fact that we actually know. And I think in terms of the Iowa poll, I coined soccer moms, I call them now soccer grannies. They do care about abortion. It will be interesting to see.
Hold on, guys. Got to interrupt here. Just got a big update here from the lines. A lot of people are taking pictures, mostly men in these lines in Pennsylvania. and other states around the country. Other states around the country, we have men make, yo, shout out my boys, man. White boys, black boys, Asian boys. We listen, big time moment here. We're getting more updates, obviously, but yeah, it is pictures coming out of men showing up today like no tomorrow, like they voting like their life depends on it. I think it has something to do with this video by Elon Musk that is making the internet go crazy as to why you should vote for Trump. And this ended up being the reason why Joe Rogan ended up voting for Trump as well.
Let me explain why. So there's only like six or seven swing states. The margin of victory in those states is small, often like 10 or 20,000 votes. What the Democrat administration has been doing is importing vast numbers of illegals into swing states. You can look at the numbers on the actual government website, meaning you don't take my word for it. You'll just look at the numbers as reported by the government, which is controlled by the Democrats. And what we're seeing is triple-digit increases in the number of illegals in every swing state. In some cases, 700% increases. These are gigantic numbers. So if you have a state that has a 10 or 20,000 vote margin, and you put 200,000 illegals into that state, you 10x you swamp the. It's not a swing state anymore. It's going to vote blue, and then once the swing states vote blue, there is no election anymore. There's only.
Yeah, guys, did you this is big. I think this has a lot of men making the line right here. I could be wrong. You know, millions. We're talking about millions of men that watch the #1 podcast in the world, which that being, of course, the Joe Rogan podcast. Oh, look at this. Yeah, Florida's on another level, dude. Florida's on another level. Florida Republicans expand their lead to 1.1 million. Florida, you guys are unbelievable. All right, Polymarket. This is what Polymarket has. Polymarket has the forecast. Of course, we saw this. Let's see. Yeah, so it has up north not changing, right? Up north looks like New Jersey. What's going on in Jersey, guys? Hello. We had the biggest rally there of all time. What's going on? Whoa, did I just break something? It's election day. It doesn't matter. Dreams, thank you so much. Thank you, handsome. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for calling me handsome. I told you guys, we got all the beautiful women in the world voting. All the beautiful women are here. Thank you for your donation. Appreciate you. Yeah, Jersey. I don't know what's going on. Connecticut, of course. What's up with so many liberals over here, bro? What's going? You know what, guys? I wasn't gonna tell you guys before, but I'm telling you now. I'm moving to Texas. I'm planning on moving there by May of 2025. I'm leaving. I can't do this blue shit anymore, dude. I can't. Like, these people don't learn. We don't learn. Not even purple. Like, not even like, it's not even a swing state. Like, I'd rather move. I can't do it. High taxes, right? Crime. Like, I'm talking about the taxes are terrible here. And it's like taxes ain't even going to roads or schools or community centers. They're not going anywhere. I think I'm going to buy a home in Texas. I'm going to spend time in New York, of course, probably keep an apartment here. But ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time to move, bro. I think it's time to move to Texas. I want to enjoy my freedoms. I want guns. I want everything that Texas has to offer me. The area, let me tell you guys something. The area that I'm thinking of moving to, that I'm supposed to visit this month, do you know that I looked at the pros and cons of this area? And one of the cons is that too many conservatives live in the area. And I said, oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's a con? It's a con that too many conservatives, that is the biggest pro. I want to go live around the conservatives. I'm pretty sure we'll enjoy each other's company. So they said that was a con to the area that I want to move in, that I'm looking at houses. And I said, hey, look, the houses there, I can get way more for my money in Texas than I could in New York. The houses in New York are terrible. The prices are terrible, guys. The rent, Terrible. Terrible in New York. And I can't do it anymore. I want to go buy a home. I want to invest. I want to buy land. And I think in Texas, I think I'm going to be able to do it. I thought about Florida as well, but I just think Texas is just better. For some reason, I'm thinking of Texas. I'm thinking of a little outside of Houston, maybe. Austin is good, but I've been looking. We'll figure it out. But yeah, apparently that's. But look at this. Like Virginia, like New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, like all these. Look at all this blue stuff, man. What is happening with these people, man? Hey, we have $100 donation from Dr. Latina. She says, Latina physician from Connecticut here. I just voted for Trump. Thanks for your dedication, Lou. Can you update me on the elections, please? Yeah, so the update on the election. Let's go to the updates. Let's get some updates. Yes, guys, we're going to get updates. It is still very early. Make sure to smash the like button. Spread the word on this, please. So that way we could get. Okay, let's see. Let's get an update here from Newsmax.
Until January. If Donald Trump wins, you can count on that security posture to some extent becoming a normalcy, because I believe the left is going to organize rallies like we haven't seen before. And you have to remember, the left themselves, after to the 2020 election, said that they could start a rally, a protest, or a party anywhere in the United States within 2 hours. They could fund it and staff it and get people there. And I believe that whether the powers that be want riots to happen, you can question that one way or the other, but they have the ability to start riots as well. And as long as, this started in 2015, really. It ramped up in 2015. When Trump came down those escalators, the left turned up the heat, and they became very organized in how they do it. And it's been like that ever since.
Well, you could maybe even go back further to Occupy Wall Street, and or even back in the anti-globalization protests in Seattle in 1990s. It's all spawned from the same stuff. But we'll be on watch. John Gillum, always great to have you with us. Thanks so much.
You got it, my friend.
All right, so thank you for being with us as well. We're going to be with you throughout the day here on N2, and also you can check out N1.
All right, guys. I'm sorry. I'm eating. I got really hungry. Told you guys I was going to eat. So, all right. So let's get some more updates here. Let's go to the poly market. See what the poly market. Oh, poly market. Trump is jumping. Trump is jumping by a lot over here. Poly market. Stop sharing the screen. Let me get you guys a big update here. All right.
Yeah, Democrat primary.
Which is so crazy. And it's so crazy that people are fine with that.
Well, I guess people on the left will be fine with that because they think that's a good idea.
They just want to win. They just want to win.
Correct. Like the thing is, one does not need actually any grand conspiracy theory for this. You just have to look at the simple matter of incentives. If the Democrat Party wants to win, like basically achieve permanent victory, all they need to do is turn the swing states. Turn the swing states blue, they have permanent victory. And then we're a one-party state, and then they will keep doing that. Obviously, they will keep stacking the deck by bringing in vast numbers of illegals into the swing states. Keep stacking it so that the next election, each successive election, will be worse than the last one. And that's what's happening. If you
guys, when did was Nevada always blue? What's going on in Nevada? What's going on in Nevada? Nevada seems to be very, very blue. Trump is having a hard time there. Let's see. Anybody from Nevada? Let's see. Poly market. This is what it's showing. And let's go back to Cauchy here. Cauchy has a little different for some reason. They're a little different. They're only at 54. Well, he's back to 58%. Somebody said, I promise you. Oh, we got another beautiful woman here. I'm telling you, man, we got all the beautiful women in here, bro. Don't get it twisted. I live in Nevada. All right, so we got some people that live in Nevada. Why are abortions so popular? Well, that's the big surprise. There's going to be a couple surprises tonight. People are saying Nevada. Nevada's purple right now. Excuse me. Let's go to Nevada real quick. Oh, whoa! Trump just jumped in Nevada. Holy moly! Holy breaking news. Oh, Trump just jumped in the betting market for Nevada. This is huge, big time stuff. I was just talking about how he was having a hard time. And as you can see, Trump was up here, then she went up, and now Trump is up in Nevada. So Nevada seems to be going Trump ways. It was looking like Kamala Harris for a second. Yeah. But Trump was up by a lot in Nevada. For some reason, he was up. Look at this, October. Look, I'm going to zoom in for you guys. Trump was up here and something happened in Nevada. What is this about? So Trump was up on October 31st. He was up 62% according to the betting markets. And now he's only up. Now he's barely up. He's barely up. So we're getting updates from the betting market. Mine is not. So I don't know what's happening in Nevada, but something is happening in Nevada. And I hope you guys have voted already. I hope you guys are in line. I hope you guys are not just watching this for just watching it. I hope you guys are already voted. I hope you guys are doing your thing. All right, let's get some more updates. So that's the big update for now. As far as Nevada goes, let's see what other updates we can get across the board. Let's go here real quick. Let's go back to see what Newsmax is saying. Let's see.
Over the finish line outside a church in Cincinnati, Ohio, where he cast his ballot this morning.
And we have correspondents spread out across the key swing states. We begin with Caleb Park. He joins us live from Philadelphia with more on voter turnout there. Caleb.
Good afternoon, Bob and Kelly. That's right. I'm at a Democrat stronghold in Philly, and right now you can't see any people in line. There's two precincts behind me, but earlier at 7 a.m. there was a long line that stretched down the sidewalk, and the poll workers telling me here that that was some of the longest and the most people that they've seen at this location. And that's consistent with what city officials told us. They said to expect more people in the morning and in the evening. And so we've had a lull here during the day, but they're telling us that that shouldn't affect the impact on the turnout here in Philadelphia. They're still feeling pretty hopeful about that. We've also seen long lines for Bucks County and Delaware County, on the other side of the state in Erie County. So we've heard of heavy traffic in rural parts like York County. And so Republicans, it seems like they're showing up. And I got a chance to speak to some of the voters here. I'm in Society Hill. It's a very affluent, very wealthy neighborhood and a very historic place. And here's what they had to say about their thoughts on the election. Take a listen.
My understanding is in Philadelphia, there's a great turnout on both fronts. We're seeing it here. There was a long line here this morning.
I feel like it's very important to vote in person. I believe that she has the enthusiasm, she has the momentum, and we feel the energy in the air here. Hopefully it carries across the country.
I think Philly is a little iffy, but Pennsylvania, I think overall, we're going to do good in Pennsylvania. Go Trump.
So there you have it. I found the one Trump.
Where's my women for Trump at? Do we have any women for Trump in here? Because it's looking like women are dominating right now for Harris.
Before 8 p.m., you'll be able to vote. And if you're a first-time voter, make sure that you bring your ID here in Pennsylvania. The state could decide the election for Kamala Harris. It's the blue wall for Trump. It's her first path to 270. Bob and Kelly, back to you.
Thank you, Caleb.
All right.
Let me ask you: were you nervous at this point 4 years ago?
I'm nervous at this point right now, Bob. Like I'm very nervous. I've got this nervous energy.
Right, it's like being in the game again.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. But I think everyone is. We got to wait
I
for the
know.
results. At
On
7
edge.
o'clock is when we're going to see, Georgia
Yes.
and North Carolina, and that'll tell us a lot about how the night
Even
is
New
gonna
Hampshire
go.
is going to be interesting. Georgia, North Carolina, kind of like, and then Pennsylvania. If
Of course, but
Pennsylvania,
Pennsylvania
if
will not be
Pennsylvania
called
goes
until
Trump,
late at night because of
Yeah.
all the mail-in ballots. They need to be
they
counted.
need to fix that.
I think they do need to fix that.
They
Hey,
need
I'm with Trump on this. I think paper ballots counted, the day of with the results
Yes,
that night
like
is
they
the
do
way
in
to
Florida.
go.
Florida knows.
Like they do in France. Like they do in
France.
Taiwan.
So we're learning
Well, I mean, it can
democracy
be done.
from France.
It can be done. It
Yeah.
can be done. I just think that all of these, you got to count. If you're going to do the mail-in votes, count them early like
Couldn't
Florida
agree
does.
but more. Absolutely.
I don't like things going days and
Yeah,
days
we shouldn't
and
have to
days.
wait.
We shouldn't have to wait.
Yeah.
But
Real quick, look at this craziness. Attention. This is what Democrats are doing to Green Party voters, people who don't want to vote Democrat. They don't want to vote Trump, but they definitely don't want to vote Democrat. Look at this. Any vote for Jill Stein will not be counted. Ohio Election Board posts signs in every voting booth saying their vote will not be counted if they vote for Jill Stein or Anita Rios, claiming they had. Well, look at this. Withdraw. Look at what Democrats are doing. This is crazy. Look at what they're doing, guys. Withdrawal notice. Jill Stein and Anita Rios. Wow. Wow. And these are the people that Democrats, Fat Joe, Cardi B, you don't even know that this is happening in your own party because you people are stupid. Vote for vote for democracy. We have an idiot right here. Clem Casanova, you don't even know your own party is responsible for this. You could post all the blue hearts, vote for democracy, vote for Kamala. You don't even know that your own party is hated by each other. Y'all got other problems. Don't come over here with that. Y'all got problems over there because y'all got to deal with the fact that you got people legitimately telling other folks that they can't vote for Jill Stein. Your own party has sued RFK Jr. and Jill Stein. You guys got to deal with the progressives. Don't come over here, man. Deal with the progressives over there. Y'all got a lot of explaining to do. You have a lot of explaining to do. That's all I'm gonna say. A lot of explaining to do, ladies and gentlemen, because it is not looking good for the Democrats. All right. Big time stuff happening in the world of politics. We got the election, of course, happening right now. People are in line right now voting. Let's see what
particular potential issues. As a political analyst, what is first and foremost on your mind right now?
Nationally, there are two states that I am keeping my eye on. That's Wisconsin and foremost Pennsylvania.
Okay, so Pennsylvania, and we were listening to former President Trump and Vice President Harris as they made really just their last call, so to speak, yesterday in the swing state of Pennsylvania, both saying that Pennsylvania is the state to win if they want to be the next president of the United States. How accurate is that assessment?
That's very accurate for several reasons. The main reason is that there was decent turnout for vote by mail and early voting. However, when you look at other states that are just as important as Pennsylvania, the battleground states, you'll see that the rate of involvement turnout for Pennsylvania in vote by mail and early voting is much lower than, say, Georgia, for instance. And therefore, there's so many votes out there on both sides for Pennsylvania. And you could say the same for Wisconsin, too.
So why is that? Is it because folks in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, were undecided?
I would think it's a combination of several things. The undecideds, sure, that's part of the equation. Also, it's tradition to come out on election day and vote. And so many people aren't too trustworthy about the election system. And so they want to make sure that they go in and they vote. And with Pennsylvania, especially Pennsylvania, getting barraged with so much campaign and political material, it's going to be difficult for people to just look through the haze.
All right, real quick. Let's go back to the poly market here. I know some people are live right now. People are beginning to go live everywhere. Election day stuff. Let's see the poly market one more time. Before we go to the poly market, I do want to see what these folks are up to. Let's see. Hold on, guys. Sorry. Hopefully you guys can hear me. We're good. Smash the like button, spread the word.
Is going to go. I'd love to know how the election where we were 4 years ago going into election day. And so while it's not what we expected with Democrats doing better on election day, they haven't yet produced the margins that they would need to really dig into that 90,000 voter swing that I've been talking about.
Andrew, you are Mr. Nevada. What questions do you have for Victor here?
Victor's Mr. Nevada, but I've been unfortunately out of state, exiled in communist California for a number of years. But Victor, I saw some tweets from you that were getting shared around. You were essentially analyzing the John Ralston prediction. He predicted that Nevada was going to go narrowly, I guess like 0.3 percentage point, less than a point, for Kamala Harris. And it sort of shocked everybody because we're all looking at the early vote numbers as well, which is essentially, as you said, about a 90 vote swing towards the Republicans, towards Trump. Break down what essentially you're seeing in his numbers. Do you take issue with any of his assumptions, any of his predictions? What can you tell us?
Well, to be a little cliche here for Las Vegas, basically Democrats are holding a 7 and a jack, and they need to draw an 8, 9, and a 10 for a straight, because that's what they need. They need to win election day. Historically, they have lost election day. It looks like that is possible. I don't think they're going to win it by major margins, but that's possible. And then they need basically an unprecedented amount of mail ballots still to come in. And one of the crazy
guys, I got big news. We got Mark Halpering coming on the show. I'm trying to get him for 2:30 p.m. So once again, we're doing good.
They can be received up to 4 days after the election. And further complicating it is that you can go to the polling place and drop off your mail ballot, and we won't know how many of those ballots there are until tomorrow. And so, basically Democrats need a huge surge in mail. So they need a huge surge in-person election day voting. They need a huge surge in mail ballots. And even then, that's still not enough, right? They need rural Nevada. There's 15 counties in Nevada that are pretty sparsely populated, but they're very strong Trump counties. And if they vote strong, they really give Republicans just a major margin of victory.
So Victor, so we talk so much about Clark County. Let's go up to Washoe. What are you seeing numbers wise in Washoe? And by the way, are you hearing day of reports in Washoe? You're saying that Clark County Democrats are performing well, okay? But we apparently is, and do we still have the margin statewide, or are you just saying we still have about a 4,000 margin in Clark? Because we're going to win day of, right? I mean, that's historically we win day of. So go up to Washoe, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
So let me just clarify there. Republicans have a 43,000 voter lead, and right now you would say that's around 47,000 voter lead in the state, with the looming mail drop-off ballots as kind of an unknown. So Washoe County 4 years ago, at this point, before Election Day, Democrats were up by about 400 votes. Currently, heading into Election Day, Republicans were up by, I want to say it was around 7,800 votes. So a pretty significant shift in Washoe. And what we've seen in the Washoe numbers, let me just do this on the fly. So far, Republicans have outvoted Democrats by about 1,000 people through 10 a.m. 4 years ago, it was 1,700. So you're seeing turnout go up for both parties. More Democrats are turning out. proportionally than Republicans. Republicans still have a lead in Washoe. And so I expect that Republicans are going to do better in terms of voting than they did 4 years ago. And so just to circle back on kind of that last assumption, if you think Democrats are going to pull it out in Nevada, you also need nonpartisan voters to break for Democrats in a strong way. And, you know, could it happen? Absolutely, it could happen. You know, I don't know what everyone's voting. What I do know is that nationally, there have been all of these stories about how Kamala Harris is struggling to motivate young Black and Hispanic voters. And if you look at Las Vegas and to a lesser extent Washoe, who do Democrats need to turn out? Well, they've needed to turn out young Black and Hispanic voters. And if you look at those parts of the metro area, those are the parts where Democrats are missing votes. And so I still think that the simplest explanation for what's happening in Nevada is Kamala Harris couldn't motivate that set of voters that everyone's been talking about for months at this point. And it showed up here in Nevada, and Democrats' effort to churn out more voters, you know, probably will save them some down ballot races, you know, but overall, I still think Trump is the favorite in Nevada. Obviously, you know, the ballots are yet to be counted.
Sorry, yeah, Charlie's deferring to me for the Nevada update here. Victor, the rurals, what was the turnout percentage-wise in the rurals, and compare that to what we're looking at now? I know it's a smaller chunk of the vote, but those are my people, and I know those are like 75-25, 80-20, you know, votes right there for Trump.
The margins. And so what we saw 4 years ago is these rural Nevada counties, as you said, are small, but they're, you know, very, very strong Republican, 4-1, 5-1. And 4 years ago, they turned out 85+% of registered voters in many cases. And so, you know, if you're looking at it, you know, rural Nevada has outvoted Clark County heading into election day by, you know, 5 or 10 percentage points. And I anticipate that will continue, that those rural counties will have a lot of Trump and Sam Brown for U.S. Senate ballots. And they seem to be showing up. So I think they're on track to turn out above Clark County. I would anticipate Clark County getting between, you know, 70 to 75%, and rural Nevada getting between 80 to 85%. And, you know, that 10 percentage point turnout difference could make all the difference.
Victor, excellent analysis as always. Thank you so much. We'll keep a close eye on Nevada. It has been the most talked about early voting state of any state. So much modeling, so much predicting, so much chatter. Victor, thank you so much.
Thanks, Victor.
Thanks for having me.
Roughgreens.com/Kirk. Did you know that 80% of adults take supplements? Well, to feel our best, right? One thing that dogs don't know is they can't improve their diet without you. So check it out right now.
All right, guys. So I just finished eating. I still have some food left, but I'm going to save it for later. We're back. Make sure to smash the like button. Let's get an update. Okay, something's happening here. Presidential bellwether alert. Duval County, Florida has voted to the left on Georgia and every recent U.S. presidential election. Oh, look at that. Duval County, total votes. Republicans are leading 41.4%. Trump lost Duval in 2020. Something to watch here. So far, Trump is doing pretty good. Maricopa. Let's see. Maricopa. We got to look at the betting markets again. We got to look everywhere again. Illinois. Illinois is just like New York. Illinois, look at this. What's going on with Chicago? Chicago runs Illinois. Look at this. I'm just going to let that, hopefully that sinks in. Excuse me, guys. Sorry, we're going to be on live for a little bit. So Chicago and New York are red. The problem with that is that the fact that the cities in Illinois are killing. All right, let's see what else we got here.
What do you mean by that?
I'm just here for women's rights and stuff like that, and just I don't really like to talk about it like in depth that much.
Sure. Are you a first-time voter?
I voted in I'm not a presidential. I'm a first-time presidential voter.
Tell me, how are you feeling about voting in your first presidential election?
I'm a little scared, but it's exciting. I mean, it's definitely surreal almost to just like be here, you know, be able to do this.
She's voting. What rights women don't have? I don't understand. Really don't. So the women in the chat, please help me out with this abortion stuff. It's the reason she's voting. Yeah, she's voting for Kamala. She's voting for Kamala. Kamala's headquarters actually posted that. Final Inside Elections has Harris winning. Toss up 93. Inside Elections, they said Pennsylvania. She's not. Trump is not going to win Pennsylvania. All right, so let's go back to Nevada. Oh, Trump is building a lead here on the market, poly market. Trump is building a lead. Let's go back to the full-blown election. Let's reload this. All right, so Trump is up. The betting markets still have Trump up. He's +2 right now from the last hour. Let's see. Pennsylvania, Trump 57% chance of winning Pennsylvania according to the betting markets. It looks like he's gonna win Pennsylvania. So that's an update there for you. Nevada, we just went through that. He's up there. Georgia, he's super up on that. Georgia, 63% chance of him winning in the betting markets for Georgia. But once again, let's just go back to what I was talking about earlier, right? Some things are just never going to change, right? We got New Jersey, 3% in the betting market. New York, I just wish New York was different. I really do. And I promise you, the state as a whole is red. The city, New York City, the 5 boroughs, is extremely blue. They're voting for Trump. They're voting for Kamala with no hesitation. And I mean no hesitation. That's why the numbers look like what they look like. Virginia, she has an 88% chance of winning according to the betting markets in Virginia. What's going on in Virginia? What's up, Virginia? Michigan, the betting markets have her at a 62%. Wisconsin, they have her at 57%. 10 electors, 15 electors. Illinois, Illinois, Trump has no chance. According to the betting markets, he has no chance of winning. Tennessee, 99. Oh my goodness, Tennessee. Shout out to every 10 I see in Tennessee. He has a 99% chance according to the betting market. Wow. South Carolina, 97%. Once again, this is all betting markets. The ballots have not been counted everywhere yet. People are still voting. People are still online. We got a legendary day. We're going to be getting updates. We're going to have Mark Halpering on the show. Big time stuff coming on to the Lou Valentino show. So make sure to share this video. We got Mark coming. Oh, hold on. Just got an update here. Apparently, Google is interfering with the election. Whoa, wait a minute. Major update, major update. What is happening with Google? Google is interfering in the election to help Kamala win, allegedly. This is what the reports are saying. Apparently, when you go on Google and you put, where can I vote? Let's see, for president, Harris. They give you everything. Oh, you can enter address. Okay. When you put, where can I vote for Trump? What pops up? Oh, it doesn't pop up. Wow. Of course. Google will never change, will they? So apparently you'll get, all you got to do is put your address if you're looking for Harris. But when you put it for Trump, Nothing. Ladies and gentlemen, that's crazy. But what more do we expect from Google, ladies and gentlemen? What more do we expect from Google? I mean, at this point, what more can we? Are we surprised? Unfortunately, you know, these are things that we got to talk about so we could show the people, so that way people that don't know about it, they become informed. Tommy, my man Tommy just became a member. Thank you, Tommy, for becoming a member of this channel. All right, we have a breaking report from the U.S. Capitol. Visitor Center shuts down after man smelling a fuel walks in carrying torch and flare gun. Ladies and gentlemen, election madness is on the way. Election madness on the way. We already have election madness happening, ladies and gentlemen. U.S. and I promise you, this is not a Trump supporter. It's not a Trump supporter. I can bet you, we can bet money on that. We can bet money on that. The U.S. Capitol Visitor Center in Washington, D.C. has been shut down to the public following an incident in which a man smelling of fuel and carrying a torch and flare gun was stopped during the screening process. The male suspect has been arrested by Capitol Police, and officials are currently investigating the incident. Authorities say there was no threat to the public at this time. So apparently somebody's trying to light themselves on fire. Somebody's trying to light themselves on fire on election night at the Capitol. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Oh, okay. By the way, I'm just reporting the madness going on. So we have somebody at the U.S. Capitol, about to light themselves on fire, right? And we have bomb threats in Atlanta. Take a look.
Threats at polling places that we've heard about, one bomb threat. Have you heard any other verifiable threats at any polling places?
We've heard some threats that were of Russian origin. And so I don't know how to describe if that's viable. We don't think they are, but in the interest of public safety, you always check that out. And we'll just continue to be very responsive when we hear about stuff like that. We identified the source and it was from Russia.
Can you elaborate on that? What kind of threats?
As he said, is a bomb threat.
So
Yeah.
Russia, and you're confident of the Russians with it?
Yeah, just like we had the
bomb threat from Russia. Bomb threat from Russia. Yeah. I don't know if I'm buying this one, man. Sorry, not sorry. I just don't think I'm buying it. Very, very sorry about that. But I just don't think I'm buying it. All right, some shenanigans happening in Pennsylvania. Let's see.
I want to begin by saying that we are so impressed by the election integrity work that has already been done. But it's worth singing the praises and ringing the bell when you get victories like this. This is posted early in the morning hours today. Pennsylvania election integrity, by the way, this is Michael Whatley. This is the chairman of the RNC. We can see why President Trump backed this man to be RNC chair. Early this morning, we learned that Republican poll watchers in Pennsylvania, York, Westmoreland, Allegheny, Leahy, and Cambria, Wyoming, and Lackawanna counties were being turned away. We deployed roving attorneys, engaged with local officials, and now can report that all Republican poll watchers have been let into the building. We will keep fighting, keep winning, and keep sharing updates. It's amazing, Mike. It's like when we fight back, we actually win.
That's right. They were able to pull their shenanigans in 2020 because we let them. We're not letting them do it this time. We have a phenomenal legal team, again, led by RNC Chairman Michael Whatley and Trump General Counsel David Warrington. We're ready this time. We have an army of lawyers. We have an army of election workers, poll watchers. They're not going to be able to get away with their nonsense again.
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, all right, let's go back to the polls as we await our guest. Our guest will be coming in here shortly. He is very credible. Worked at MSNBC, has interviewed Trump before. This is probably one of my biggest guests and the biggest day, because we are just hours away from ballots being counted, votes being counted, polls closing. We have big stuff happening in the world of politics. Let me actually see. Major Leather projected to win. Did you guys vote already? Did you guys get online? Were you guys early voters? That's always a question for those who are coming in here for the first time. Were you guys early voters? All right, let's see. Oh, we got a tweet from AOC. AOC says, hello there. Our campaign has successfully organized 67% increase in early voting in the Bronx. This is a breakout trend unique to our congressional district, reaching out to people. She didn't even campaign in the Bronx at all. We got early voters, a lot of early voters, first-time voters as well. So we got AOC, of course, Tina 40, friend of mine. She's running against her. It's so crazy to see that this is the projection so far. I'm pretty sure Puerto Rico has a lot to do with it. We're going to be talking more about this. Once again, Kalshi, Poly Market. The updates are here as far as what the betting markets are projecting. We had big swings in October, August, very tight race in September, and of course, not so tight according to the betting markets. But once again, it's just betting markets. The Yankees were a favorite to win game 4. They ended up still losing that game 5. So that's what the betting market is, right? The Yankees were up 5-zip. They were minus 1,800, which means they were very, very favorites to win, and they still lost that game. So this is just what this is. We won't know until the ballots, until the polls close, and of course, votes begin to be counted. But we do have a big time guest on the show, probably on his phone because I know he's busy. Mark, thank you so much for coming through, man. I truly, truly, truly appreciate you, man. I know it's been crazy. I know you had a crazy morning. How's your afternoon going?
It's going fine, Lou. I'm honored to be here. I'm actually on my laptop, so I'm all good and delighted to spend some time with you.
Nah, yeah, this is epic. Pretty sure everybody wants you on their show. So the fact that you're doing this, definitely dope. Big time moment. I got a Trump for Peace shirt, so I know, definitely know who I'm voting for. You speak to voters every day. People who are voting for Harris or Trump. You have, I think you run some of the best bipartisan content out there, specifically leading up to the election. What is happening right now, or what you're reading as far as it goes, as far as Pennsylvania goes? What intel can you maybe give us for Pennsylvania?
Well, Luke, honored to be with you. Everybody, again, I try to only take stuff that both sides are saying or highlight it. Both sides think turnout's very high in the suburbs, high in the urban areas, high in the rural areas. It was thought going into today that high turnout would help Donald Trump because he needs the lower propensity voters, the more irregular voters. There have been a few problems in a couple polling places that have extended hours there. That's always a little controversial because what's the threshold to let people vote longer in one county? Is that fair to people in other counties who don't get that extension? Lastly, a lot of folks have absentee ballots that weren't quite filled out right, and they're trying to allow them to come in. If the date is wrong or the envelope's not put in the right place, should that disqualify the ballot? Again, you go back to the equal protection questions. Is it fair that some people get help fixing their ballots? That's what's going on now. I don't know how many that is, but in a close race, that could make a big difference. I talked to one guy whose dad is 99 years old. He's voted in every election for like 70 years, and his ballot got returned, and they're trying to figure out how to make sure it counts.
Yeah. So obviously, I saw there was a viral video. I'm not sure the area in Pennsylvania, but there was one of the machines had broken down, and of course, which is why "Stay in the Line" is like trending amongst conservatives and Republicans. Anybody voting for Trump, stay in the line, do not leave. Do you see? So because obviously you just spoke about other issues, do you see this being or getting to the point that we're at 11 p.m. and both sides are kind of calling it, like for Pennsylvania?
Yeah, it's just going to depend on how close it is. You know, if it's not close, if one side has a big lead, I don't think you'll see both sides doing that. But I think if Donald Trump wins Georgia and North Carolina, and it's possible by 11 p.m. if he is on track to win them, that he'd be able to say that the news organizations that have the awesome power of being able to say, yeah, that state's going a certain way. It's possible he would try to be aggressive and say, I've won Pennsylvania too. And while it's mathematically possible for Trump to lose, even if he wins those three, it's unlikely. And so I'm not predicting it, but it could be that if he wins those three, we might know it relatively early. And I think he would declare victory.
Yeah, I'm waiting. I'm actually reading the room to see who's aggressively saying, "Oh, we're doing great." It looks like Trump is posting tweets. Obviously, everything he posts right now is going viral about that we're doing great. Stay in the line, keep going. And then, of course, Kamala is more in the sense of, "Hey, if you voted, please fill out this and help other people vote." Do you sense anything or any panic from either side?
Not panic, but there's been what I call the confidence gap for a couple weeks now. Every Trump person I know says, yeah, Trump's going to win, confident Trump's going to win. And they all emailed me their various electoral college predictions of whether Trump's going to have, 280 or 290 or 312 or 320. I've gotten a single email from any Democrat. I got one after I said on my show that I hadn't gotten any. I've gotten one from a Democrat.
I saw that clip. It went viral.
who predicted that Harris would get exactly 270 electoral votes, which is her best path. But that's it. And while they say, they're going to win, it's not said with the same level of confidence. And they say, unlike the Trump side, which says the race isn't really that as close as the public polls suggest, the Harris people say it's very close, but we're confident we're going to win. That really, is not logical, right? If you're stipulating that it's super close, there's no way to be super at 100% sure you're going to win. So there's the confidence gap right there. Technically, they're both saying they're going to win, but one side saying we're going to win and it's not close, and the other side saying somehow they're confident they're going to win, even though they do say it's close.
Yeah, one is showing you a lot more paths and a lot more confidence, and the other side is just saying it. So it seems like I know. Shout out to Two Way. I think you're in the office now. I see Class TV up there.
Yes, sir. Just got here.
Okay, cool. That's dope. So I'm not gonna hold you up for too long. The people are very confused on New York. Obviously the betting markets have Trump losing New York by like 98%, which is probably more likely. Are we in for any surprises? Obviously, not just New York, but anything from right now, from what you're seeing, are we in for any upsets, either from Kamala or from Trump?
Lou, if I know about it, it can't be a surprise, but I'll say Republicans are touting Minnesota, which is the home state, of course, of Governor Walz. And Democrats are feeling pretty good about how things are going in Iowa right now, with a huge gender gap after that poll over the weekend that showed Iowa was very close. So those would be the two that are kind of on my radar, but neither of those would be the decisive electoral votes. They would be, a little cherry on top of a win. I'd say focus will continue to be on the 7 battleground states. Those will decide who wins.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, joined in by Mark Halpering. I can never say that because I am Puerto Rican. And I am still voting for Trump. I did think that the Puerto Rico stuff did hurt the campaign for a second, but I think it bounced back tremendously. Just because you see the amount of celebrities, in my opinion, gasping. I do want to give one last question. Do you think that Oprah and Lady Gaga, I think I saw Ricky Martin, do you think that turnout, as far as her last rally being with celebrities and the concert, do you think that helped her in the long run when you see this many celebrities coming out and supporting her? Do you think that was actually a benefit? Because I'm actually very split on that. I can't really tell whether this is helping or hurting her.
Yeah. If you get Bad Bunny, you're doing pretty well with celebrities. I think that celebrities do three things. One is they allow you to get good news coverage. They allow you to get a sense of momentum, and they allow you to build a crowd. And you say to the crowd, you can only come see Katy Perry, or you only come see Oprah if you show you're registered to vote and you've cast your ballot. So it helps you harvest some votes. When you think about a 30-person rally, 30,000 votes, but Joe Biden won the state last time by 90,000. So it's an advantage. The downside could be if there's a backlash, particularly for Democrats, if they're accused of hobnobbing with the elites.
Yeah, so it does seem like a lot of people are rebelling because of it. But still, I can't really make up my mind because there's a lot of people that are being drawn to it, and there's a lot of people that are like, oh, the Diddy stuff, Diddy party stuff. Of course, it just I really don't know. Maybe we can only know when the results are all in. Mark, thank you so much for coming in. What time are you going live on two-way? Because I know you're doing a big stream tonight throughout the whole election, if I'm not mistaken.
6 Eastern, and then we'll be on and off throughout the evening. But 6 Eastern, people can go to two-way.tv and sign up and get the link to come join us and ask questions and be part of the conversation.
Now, if you don't mind me asking this on stream, are you doing this at the office?
Yes, sir.
Oh, so my ladies and gentlemen, I might just stop by. All right, man. Mark,
we have so many peanut M&Ms, Lou, you won't believe it. Come on by.
The squirrel or the actual?
They're in honor of the squirrel. So,
Mark, it's an honor, man. Thank you so much. But dying for you to
Lou.
come on the show. It really does mean the world.
Really grateful of you to invite me. Thank you, man.
If anything, guys, if I do stop the stream, it's because I did and decided to go to the two-way. To go out there with Mark, but I will not be stopping the stream. We'll keep going as far as we could. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so big time stuff happening in the world of politics. That was Mark, man. That was dope. That was actually extremely dope. All right, let's see what this is about. Got something going on here. We have an update. More updates. Let me take this out and let me put it back on. All right, so we got Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez telling people she's winning by a lot. She didn't even campaign. Let's see what this is real quick.
You don't see a margin here of greater than 1.9 points. You do see a bit of a north-south divide. We've seen this lately in the polling. Trump's leads here, very small, but Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, basically Sun Belt states. Harris's best performances in here, Wisconsin, 1.4, 1.8 in Michigan. These are the northern tier states. 0.3 of a point in Pennsylvania. So a bit of a north-south divide. And if that holds, if that cements, that is ultimately good news for Harris because Michigan plus Pennsylvania plus Wisconsin, if there are no surprises outside of the battleground, would for Harris equal 270 electoral votes.
Look, here's the situation. We've been talking about the 7 battleground states, Arizona 3, Georgia 1 for Trump, less than a point in North Carolina, less than a point in Nevada. And then along your Great Lake battleground states, less than a point lead for Harris in Pennsylvania, less than a point in Wisconsin, less than a point in Michigan. And if, of course, you put it, this is how tight it is. If you put the polls to the electoral map, Kamala Harris carries these Great Lake battleground states despite losing all of the Sun Belt battleground states. I'm coming to John's side of the screen. You get to 270 electoral votes.
And look, the point of this video isn't to say that I'm completely disregarding what they're saying. I'm, of course, taking it into account. It's certainly possible. But you know what else is possible? A ruby red landslide, unlike anything seen since the 1980s. And that right there is a phenomenon that I'd really like to delve into. I just finished recording my official 2024 election video, and in that little segment that I recorded, I tried to be as conservative as possible, just because of the level of uncertainty and really how close the polls are. But even with that being my official prediction, there's still something at the back of my mind suggesting that the polls could be completely off, and this could be a Republican election victory for the ages. So let's have a conversation about that and maybe take a look at what that might look like. And really, I'm basing it all on the early voting metrics. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about. Let's start off with a memo that was just released by the Trump campaign. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so take a look at this. We've got a new supposedly confidential memo. I guess it was leaked to the media, probably purposely so. And this is from the Trump campaign senior leadership team, where the subject is listed as the Democrat turnout problem heading into the election. They're essentially suggesting that Democrats are facing a huge voter turnout issue, specifically in the battleground states. With early voting closed and Election Day on the horizon, Democrats are facing a massive turnout deficit. In every single battleground state, we see President Trump and Republicans outperforming elections past in absentee ballots and early votes cast. As we dive deeper into the data, Democrats are facing a precipitous decline in urban turnout, according to their own data experts, and we are tracking an uptick in rural turnout. Obama's former campaign manager, Jim Messina, just said on MSNBC that the early vote numbers are a little scary. What Mr. Messina is downplaying is that they're a lot scarier for Democrats. According to NBC News, President Donald J. Trump has a 16-point lead among voters who plan to cast their ballot on Election Day. Obama's chief campaign strategist and CNN political commentator David Axelrod told CNN that there are no guarantees that voters will turn out on Election Day for Vice President Harris. Let me play you guys that clip.
Most worried about right now?
Well, look, the watchword of the day is humility here. When you have polls that are this close, and I'm sitting next to one of the great pollsters, and I think she would tell you, when you have polls this close, you're not sure of anything. And it really matters who shows up because these polls are not precise. So what I'm worried about is you're counting on some women who are independent Republican women to come out and vote for Harris. Is that going to materialize? Is the gender gap going to be what you need it to be? Are minority voters going to come out in the numbers of African-American voters in particular? And are you going to get the margins that you want there? So there are a lot of open questions, and they're obviously working it hard right now. There are feet on the street, and they're doing the kind of work that you do in a race like this. But this race is filled with uncertainty today.
Democrats are spinning themselves and reporters by claiming that their voters will turn out on Election Day when the polls show otherwise. And most importantly, that's asking Democrat voters to do something they have absolutely no history of doing. If Democrats who historically vote ahead of Election Day haven't been motivated to show up for Kamala yet, why do we expect them to show up tomorrow? President Donald J. Trump is going into Election Day stronger than he has in any previous election. And if patriots across the country keep the momentum and turn out as expected on Election Day, we will be swearing in President Trump in January. But you don't need to take our word for it. According to Democrat data expert Tom Bonnier of TargetSmart, this is what's happening in battleground states. In Arizona, we've got urban turnout down negative 355,000 votes compared to this point in 2020. We've got female turnout down 170,000. And we've got rural turnout, which of course is the Trump vote, up 14,000 votes. In Georgia, you essentially see the exact same thing. In Michigan, again, the same trend. North Carolina, the same trend. Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin also showing reduced enthusiasm with urban voters and female voters. It's a little bit odd, don't you think? I mean, for all the talk that female
Yep. Somebody just said they just left a Democrat live. If you just left a Democrat live, what live was it? Are they melting down yet? Or are they making it seem like they're winning? Are they saying that they're winning? I just want to know. I just want to see something. Because I'm pretty sure Democrats are probably saying that they're winning and that they're killing it. They're doing great. Pretty sure. See what's going on here.
President Harris today or last night, how did you feel like the conversation?
No, I haven't spoken to her yet, but I was like all of you watching that.
He hasn't spoken to Kamala Harris today. Very interesting. Very, very, very interesting. He hasn't spoken to Kamala Harris yet. Why? Where are you, Kamala? Kamala, where are you? She's nowhere to be found, guys. Somebody said she's drunk somewhere. Oh, jeez. Somebody said she's drunk somewhere. That's crazy. Now you have me picturing she's probably drinking somewhere. Oh, you guys are crazy. A lot of updates, man. A lot of big things happening right now. The poly markets are doing their thing. See something. Let's see. Hasbullah posted this. He said this is everybody's Trump today. Everybody is Trump today. Let's see. What else do we got here? Oh, we got a New York update. New York update, ladies and gentlemen. Update from New York. Midday New York update. Some key facts. New York Republicans beat the Republican Democrat early vote margins by nearly 50% in our favor in key competitive congressional races compared to 2022. As of 12 p.m. today, New York Republicans are flooding the polls across New York, outperforming our numbers. Turnout in rural parts of New York is skyrocketing. We must keep it up, and every Republican needs to get out and vote. We got an update from New York. You guys were looking for it. At least Stefana gave it to us. So it's looking, look, you don't see this type of energy. You don't see this type of energy from Democrats. You just don't see this type of energy from Democrats at all. Thank you so much for your $100 donation. Thank you so much, guys. Truly appreciate you. Truly appreciate you guys showing love, man. Thank you. That really does mean the world to me. All right, so we're gonna get. So that's an update from New York. It still does say. Let's see something real quick. New York is still 98% for her. Wisconsin, Minnesota. Hey, remember what Mark said? Mark is a specialist in this. He's a specialist in this. He said that Minnesota is not far off for Trump, but the betting markets have Trump losing by a lot. So if I wanted to be a betting man today, I don't even know how to bet this, but let's say I wanted to put like $50 on Donald Trump, I'm gonna get $454 for him to win Minnesota. Let's just say I want to vote. I put $100 for him to win Minnesota. I get back $900. Oh man, I used to be a betting man, but I gotta say, man, I don't know. I feel like he gave us a hint. I don't know. But this is what the betting market is. This is what people are doing, right? If you bet money on this, you might get paid out a lot of money because there's going to be a surprise here for either two candidates. For Trump to win in California, which that's going to be tough. If you put $100 for Trump to win California, hold on real quick. Let me see. For Trump to win California, you put $100, you'll get back $2,499. Jesus. Yeah, big payoff. If Trump just pulls a crazy upset and he wins one of these crazy states, you're going to get paid a lot of money. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. You're going to get a lot of money, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of money. All right, let's see. We got Wisconsin. She's still a favorite in Wisconsin. Her numbers are going up here, betting market wise, in Wisconsin. I'm gonna bet New York. I'm not gonna do it here on camera, but I'm gonna bet New York. I'm gonna bet Trump wins New York. Now, that might not turn out so great for me, but if I bet New York, I'm thinking about putting like $150 on New York. If I put $150 for Trump to win New York, my payout is going to be $3,700. Oh, that's crazy. So that's what the betting market is, ladies and gentlemen. That's the only thing we have. All right, big update from Nevada. Nevada Republicans have now expanded on their lead with mail and election day voting. GOP plus 47,000. So Republicans up right now, 37.8%. So we're getting a lot of updates here from Nevada. Nevada is looking pretty good. That's an update that we have there for you guys. Let's see, what else do we got? What else we got going on here? We've been on live stream now for almost 4 hours, ladies and gentlemen. Almost 4 hours. Yeah, we got chaos in Israel as well. Chaos in Israel. Let's see, what else do we have here that we can kind of do? Today's a big day, man. What's going on with Kari Lake? Let's get an update on Kari Lake. See what's going on with Kari. Kari Lake. She seems to be up right now. Let's see, Carrie Lake, incredible. Get some more updates for you guys. Been here for some time. Thank you guys for being here with me. I truly appreciate everybody being here. Thank you. Really does mean the world to me. Let's see what else we can get going on here. So we know that they said the math doesn't work. Here's my prediction. Somebody put this as their prediction for tonight. New Hampshire. What do you guys think about this prediction right here? Trump to win Wisconsin. Man, we are in for a huge surprise. I really don't know. I really don't know, guys. I really don't know what the surprise is going to be, but we know that a surprise is coming. We know that a surprise is coming in this election. 1,000%. See what else we have here. See what else we have here. Any breaking news? My 2 daughters just voted for Trump. That's big. Look at that. Family members just voted for Trump. So we got chaos in Israel. We have allegedly, let's see what this is. Oh, Jesus. Let's see what this is right here, guys.
Bureaucracy really is in fundamental peril.
The foundations of American bureaucracy under attack. They want to destroy our bureaucracy.
We are a bureaucracy in danger. We're watching an election where people are on the ballot openly advocating the end of bureaucracy.
That's what Republicans are doing, attacking bureaucracy, attempting to destroy bureaucracy, and they're doing it with glee.
This is the end of bureaucracy in America.
When will America stop sleepwalking towards the end of bureaucracy?
Right. It's Democrats versus, as Bill Kristol says, the end of bureaucracy.
We are essentially, as Neil put it, one vote away from sort of the end.
You guys want to see something crazy? Look at MSNBC losing their minds.
Michael, you and John and other great historians often talk about hinge days in history, hinge moments in history, and we could go through them all over the last 250 years in this country. This does feel in many ways like a hinge day, which is to say we're going down one of 2 very different paths by perhaps tomorrow morning.
Yes, and that's what if historians in the future are allowed to write books, and by the way, that question is open this morning.
Really? These people are crazy. These people are nuts, bro. They really are nuts. They really are nuts. Apparently, they're not going to be able to write any more history books, guys. My goodness. You can't make this stuff up, can you? You can't really make this stuff up. You just can't. Unfortunately, like these people are they're nuts. Bureaucracy is out for them. I like this picture right here. What do you guys think about this? Anybody like this picture? You guys know what this means? I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't want to celebrate. I don't want to say anything. You really just don't know what the actual results are going to be. You know what we're being told. You know what's going on. But I really can't tell as of right now. It looks like Trump is doing his thing. People are going out in droves. You know, people are voting for Trump. There's going to be a few surprises here. Let me see. North Carolina. Anybody from North Carolina in here? Yeah, red wave. We got a North Carolina voter speaking to CNN.
Me, because the world's going to choose, or the United States is, who's the president. But for me, it's what I believe is the best thing for our country, and what I have to choose from, I believe he's the best one.
Right.
For me, because the world's going to choose, or the United States.
Let's see what we got here. What the hell? Breaking news: the United States will reportedly conduct a test of hypersonic nuclear missiles tonight, just hours before election polls close. What? Betting. You guys can use Kalshi. Kalshi is good for betting, and Polymarket. Polymarket right now has Trump up. Trump is up 61%. That's what's going on. Let's see what else we got here. Trump is up 61%. Let me get off this site real quick. Let me get back on. Yeah, that you could go on this betting site. It shows you right there. Let me put it up on the screen one more time. All right, guys. So according to Google is trying to skew. Yeah, big tech. Big tech is trying to collude, of course. Somebody said it feels like a divorce waiting to happen. What is this? That's a Dropbox. So glued to Citizen app to see y'all crash out if you lose. Yeah, we're probably gonna watch. We're probably gonna see a couple crash outs, ladies and gentlemen.
A mysterious trader called French Trump Whale made headlines internationally for allegedly tampering with predictive betting markets to give Donald Trump an edge in the polls. I tracked down the mysterious French trader to ask him why he bet $40 million of his own money on a Trump victory, and to ask him whether this is an ideological play or if he's just keen on making money.
I'm not supporting Trump. I'm just observing that Trump has a 90% chance of winning this election and a 65% chance of winning the popular vote. That's why I bet on both. The polls are really, really different from the odds in the predictive markets. It calculates something totally different. One is calculating what are the intentions of the people to vote. The other are bets made by real people with real money about who they believe the winner will be. My name is Theo. I'm a French trader and investor. In August, I started to realize that media outlets are making the same mistakes they made in 2016 and 2020, underestimating the Trump vote. Wow.
Yo, this guy bet $40 million that Trump is gonna win, guys. $40 million. My goodness. That is crazy. That is insane. All right, let's go to New York. Guys, for some reason, my audio keeps going out on my video clips. This sucks so bad.
Vote if you want to be a patriot. If I don't want to vote for either candidate, I just leave it blank and vote for the other things. Everybody knows that I'm going to vote for Donald Trump because I believe that Kamala Harris is a progressive leftist who will be worse than Joe Biden. The country will be damaged beyond repair. I don't really care what Trump says. It doesn't really matter to me. I've known him 35 years. He says crazy stuff. Okay. But he governed efficiently, in my humble opinion. First time around, I'm not taking a chance after the 4 years of Biden-Harris to have another 4 years of Biden-Harris. Biden will be gone, but Harris will do the same stuff. Not going to change anything. So New York State is going to go for Harris. There's no doubt about it. Why? Well, it's registration. So let me give you some data here. In New York City, in the Bronx, 73% of voters are Democrat. 73%. In Manhattan, 70%. In Brooklyn, 70%. In Queens, 62%. Staten Island, about 50-50. Okay? So in New York City, which has 5 million registered voters. And in the state, there are 13 million. So it's just overwhelming. It's almost impossible for a Republican to get elected statewide. If you live in Westchester County, 50% registered Democrat. Erie, upstate, 46% registered Democrat. Rockland County, 50%. Ulster County, 42%. Monroe, 43%. Here on Long Island, where I am, Nassau and Suffolk are very close. Suffolk more Republican than Nassau. And there are some barn burner races here for the House on the island. I've told you that in District 1 in Suffolk County, please look into this Democrat, this guy, Avalon, is George Santos light. I mean, just look into him. You can read it. You don't have to take it from me. I mean, this is a dangerous individual. It really, Laura Gillen, who's a Democrat run on the South Shore of Nassau County, she's a good woman. She's a good woman. But Avalon? Oh. So, I'm living in a state, you're living in a state, unless you listen to me in, far off regions. But if you're in Jersey, Connecticut, Long Island, this is primarily Democrat territory here. Now, the question that all people should be asking themselves is, has that Democratic leadership paid off? Is it good for you and your family? So New York is the highest tax state in the union. The roads are so clogged now around New York City, you can't get anywhere. Crime and social disorder in New York City is beyond anything I've ever seen in my lifetime. And I'm born in Manhattan, raised in Levittown. I've never seen anything like the social disorder that we have. The property taxes, if I didn't pay my mom's property tax in Levittown, she would have had to sell a house. She couldn't afford it. And this is all under Democratic leadership. You want more of that? Is that good for you? There comes a point where voters get what they deserve. Believe me, I can tell you the rest of the country, particularly people in Florida, Texas, states like that, Tennessee, Carolinas, they're going, hey, you live there, you deserve it. That's what my friends are saying. And I said, well, it's a little more complicated than that. I love my...
Yeah, for New Jersey and New York to go red, ladies and gentlemen, miracles. Unfortunately, miracles need to happen. Miracles legitimately need to happen. All right, so the poly market, once again, another update from the poly market. But yeah, Trump looks to be winning very, very big right now in the poly market. The markets are indicating that he is going to win by a lot. Of course, you have Democrats trying to get people to vote by doing this.
If we don't show up tomorrow, it is entirely possible that we will not have the opportunity to ever cast a ballot again. And let me be very clear. If you do not make sure that the people in your life can get to the polls, that is a mistake. Deciding not to decide.
Yeah, so if they lose and when they lose, this is going to be the reason why. This stuff right here is just not working on the American people anymore. It's just not working.
Well,
we got an update from Trump. Update from Trump, ladies and gentlemen. What does he have to tell us?
Republicans, we're doing really well. Stay online, don't get offline, and vote. Make sure you get through and vote. We're going to have a big victory tonight.
Well, there you have it. President Donald J. Trump telling voters to stay online, stay on course, don't go anywhere. You haven't seen Kamala Harris tweet out anything like this, not even one bit. You haven't seen Kamala tweet anything like this, not one bit tonight. And we could legitimately, let's see, we can go to Kamala's Kamala's X account. Let's see if she's said anything, if she's updated anything. We don't have anything from her. She's just posting things like this. Now is your chance. Get out and vote. Generations of Americans led the fight for freedom, including the freedom to vote. Now the baton is in our hands. Don't miss your chance. Make a plan, grab a friend, and go vote. That's all she's tweeting today. 35 minutes ago. We had one a few hours ago where Kamala, she hasn't, first of all, Tim Walz, her vice president to be, if she wins, which I doubt, said that he hasn't even spoken to her all day. Hasn't spoken to her all day. It's already 3:09 p.m. Eastern time. All right? And she hasn't spoken to him all day. And then all she's tweeting out is stuff like, please go out and vote. So you can see the difference between Trump and her right now. Trump is at the Trump headquarters urging people to stay in line. They're doing great. Go out and vote. And she's on the other side like, you guys, please take your friends out to go vote. Please, please. Please take your friends out and go vote. Vote for me. Vote for me. Oh, it seems like it's not working. All right, let's get an update here from Fox.
Or what do you look for later tonight? Some keys to early returns, perhaps? I would look definitely at the East Coast here. Georgia's got a whole new way of doing things there. That law they signed in May. You're going to get a lot of red and blue on this map before the 8 Eastern hour. All right, they close at 7 o'clock. North Carolina closed at 7:30. We expect a faster count for North Carolina as well. We'll see some clues in a lot of the rural counties in Georgia and North Carolina to see whether or not Trump is holding on to the strength that he has shown in previous elections. The other thing I would think about right now is what happens in Pennsylvania when they close at 8 o'clock. It's a huge mail-in vote there, right? Could be a long delay. You know, the processing started earlier today when the polls open at 7 a.m. And you saw the margin of difference 4 years ago. Pennsylvania at 81,000 between Biden and Trump. Let's move back over here. Two people who know this all too well, right? Kayleigh McEnany and Kevin McCarthy are here today. And good morning to both of you. Mr. Speaker, good morning. What are you looking at? What are you watching?
I'm watching Pennsylvania.
Real quick, when they say there's going to be a delay, right? We already have Democrats saying that. Democrats are already legitimately saying that it's going to take days and maybe weeks for Nevada to fully count their votes. Come on. Come on, ladies and gentlemen.
Pennsylvania is the entire country. If Trump wins Pennsylvania, he will become reelected as president. If we lose Pennsylvania, we're going to have a really hard time to win. And if you look at the last 4 years to today, we were behind by 1 million votes. Today, we're only behind 400,000 by early voting. That's a good sign for Trump. Philadelphia is where the Democrats bring their big turnout. We got to watch where that is, the rural vote, where it's coming in. For Congress, there's a number of seats I'll watch early in Pennsylvania, 7 and 8. I'll watch in Virginia.
Thank you for the $100 donation, Clayton. Guys, smash the like button if you guys can. We've been on here for almost 4 hours streaming. Please smash the like button, guys.
The two races, I'll watch Maine if we pick that one up.
What about New York?
New York, I'm watching. Can we defend? I think Lawler holds it on. There's 3 races in there: the Williams, D'Esposito, and Mark Bonaro. Those are the tight ones I'm watching closely. Then you want to watch North Carolina 1. Okay, Republicans going to add 3 already, but if we pick up the first district and the turnout there, if you look in the polling, looks like we're behind, but the black vote there is only 36%. If it stays low, we can win that seat. And if we win those, it's going to be a big night for Republicans. And it's tight right now, and I think the presidential will determine the House.
How important is it? It's interesting, Kaylee. So if Harris wins and there's a Republican Senate, which is likely to happen, or if Trump wins, he has a Republican Senate but a Democratic House, are we looking at gridlock?
Yes, we are. Look, this is hugely important. Second to the presidential race, I am watching the Senate and I'm watching it closely. For Republicans, think about it. You don't have the House, you have gridlock. But if you have the Senate, if, as we think will happen, Jim Justice prevails in West Virginia, if you pick up another like Montana, if you defeat John Tester, you get 51 votes. That means you're looking at judges and potentially justices. I know we still have the filibuster there. And then in the event of a Kamala Harris presidency, you have a bulwark, if you're a Republican, against the most radical elements of her agenda as they see it. So I would be watching very closely Bernie Moreno in Ohio. I'd be watching Michigan. There's a number of close races. And if you get to 50, 51, that's the magic number. And you're in good shape as a Republican. Even if you lose the presidency, at least you have that buffer.
Yeah. What do you think about 2 years ago when we were thinking, which led to your speakership, we were thinking that the Republican advantage was going to be greater than it actually was. So the red wave was not necessarily a red mirage, but it was more of a red ripple. Polling, they tell us that they've adjusted their ways, that they can compensate for the miss in 2016 of Trump voters and the miss in 2020 as Trump voters as well. What are you learning about that? You think that
I learned the pollings are never right. When election comes, you learn what was wrong in the polling. Like if we were looking here 4 years ago, the generic ballot was +6 for the Democrats. Today it's only 0.4 for Republicans, which makes the environment better. But they also said Biden was going to win Wisconsin by 6 points. They got Trump off by 4 points. He only won Wisconsin, Biden by 20,000 votes. So there's an undercount somewhere. You don't know where the undercount is yet.
Yep. George just posted something. He said, I'm not sure. I made sure to get more than enough sleep last night because I'm not going to bed until they declare Trump the winner. I remember what happened last time. Trump was winning bigly, and we went to bed thinking he won, only to wake up to a tyrannical hijacking of the election. If you look at real quick, whoa, just sent me to a sports site. Let's go back to where we were at. Yeah, so let's go back here. All right, so apparently this was Pennsylvania, and at a certain time, next thing you know, boom, the numbers change. You guys know what I'm talking about. Yeah, we saw somebody just said the bomb threats. Yeah, the bomb threats. We saw that. Apparently, they're saying that it was Russia. We're probably going to get some more updates on that. But let's keep going.
That's the interesting part. Nate Cohen writes that white Republicans are 16% less likely to answer the phones in the polls. So is that in case? Yeah. The election will determine that. And then we'll look back and say this was wrong about the polls and we rely too much on the polls. I look at where the ground is and I look where the environment is. You can have a great candidate, but timing is everything. I go back to the Gallup poll asking, do you identify with Republican or Democrat? For the first time in history, Republicans won that. 48 to 45. Generic ballot is better for us. So the climate is better. It's whether who gets the low propensity voters out. There is not an undecided voter in America. That's a myth.
Okay, let's get a final word from you, Kaylee. What are you looking for tonight? Like what's like a key indicator for you?
A key indicator for me is I'm watching the vote totals as they rack up. I've been monitoring Philadelphia County, monitoring Pennsylvania, seeing if Virginia stays close. If Virginia stays close and isn't called early, that's a great sign for President Trump. Of course, Georgia's the first one that we'll watch when the polls close at 7. But I would just say this, if I'm President Trump, look, no one knows what's going to happen today, but I would feel very good. The fact that in Nevada and North Carolina, Republicans are marching in with an early vote lead, and adding to that, Arizona as well. This is a big deal. Republicans don't normally lead in the early vote. Anything can happen, but if I'm Trump, I'm loving Nate Cohn, what he said. There's no reason to believe pollsters fixed what went wrong in 2020. And what went wrong in 2020 was underestimating the strength of the Trump voter.
Oh. Great to have you both. Thank you so much. We'll see you tonight.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart.
All right, so
and Mark Penn is standing by the CEO and
we got an update here from MSNBC. Another Ladies and gentlemen, these people are absurd. This is another reason why to get out and vote. If you haven't voted yet, man, go make that line. Make sure to go vote. For real. Make sure to go vote, man. This is another reason why.
And finally, let me just end with this. Our democracy is strong and the American people are fierce. But even if Trump is defeated tomorrow, he has exposed during his time out there some serious limitations within our system. And it may be time to ask ourselves things like whether social media platforms should have the freedom to operate at a lower level.
Wait. Before we get to that madness, hold on. Wait a minute, guys. Let me share the screen here.
Because it's on the ballot. So it doesn't have anything to do with Trump. It all went back to the states after
Let's
Roe
talk
v.
about
Wade.
the difference between the two candidates. Kamala Harris
But
said,
it's not a federal
given the
issue anymore,
opportunity-
Senator. It's a state issue, not a federal issue.
It's going to become a federal issue with the next president, where, Kamala Harris has made it very clear that given the opportunity, she's going to bring back the rights and the protections that people had under Roe v. Wade. And Donald Trump has said previously that he would sign a nationwide abortion ban. Those are two very
he never said that.
We're going back around and around here, but we all just
he never said that, you idiot. Who is this guy?
Abortion ban. She has not made it clear. She said she wanted to reinstate Roe v. Wade, which has a policy for the first 2 trimesters. She won't say what she'll do after that, though. The final trimester,
she has made it clear that she stands with women, and Donald Trump does not.
That's a very all right. That's a broad statement that I'm not sure how it applies or what it actually means, honestly.
I think the women in Arizona understand that, and that's why they're showing up
let's see.
at pretty high rates.
Yeah,
they're voting at a high rate, especially young women, because they know that this right was taken away from them by Donald Trump.
Okay.
He appointed the justices, and he has said,
Senator. As you well know, the Senate, the state has a right. These voters will choose. States' rights are predominant in this issue now, and they're about to vote. But I don't want to take the whole show on this. But
Donald Trump
I think
has said he broke Roe v. Wade. He said he broke it. He owns it. Women
we got to
don't
go.
like
The
that.
Arizona people have an opportunity today on Election Day to vote however they want the law to be in their state, and we hope they take the opportunity to do that.
Well, they're going to
we'll
do
be
that
watching your state. Thank you very much.
They're going to do that by electing Kamala Harris president.
Senator, thank you very much. Good to have you. Thank you, Senator Mark Kelly. Obviously, there is an active debate going on out there on this issue. Breaking right now, we have a very high-profile guest who is set to join former President Trump, we're told, at Mar-a-Lago tonight. I'm just learning that, so we'll see what that's all about. But let's talk to, in a moment after this break, 2024 advisor Alina Habba after this.
Fox News is spicy. Wow. Holy moly. I think I'm going to be watching Fox News tonight. What was that? Mark Kelly having a meltdown. All right, here we go. We got the numbers. What? That was spicy. Wow. They had a Democrat senator. Is he He's Democrat. Got to be Democrat. Mark Kelly. Senator. He was a retired astronaut, Navy captain. Yeah, he's a Democrat. Of course he's a Democrat, but sometimes these rhinos, man, these rhinos are crazy. All right, so we'll keep an eye out on what's going on in Fox over there, because Fox is getting very spicy for some reason today. That is the poly market numbers. Donald Trump, 61 to 38% on the betting markets. Let's go to Kalshi on this betting market. New York, Trump is not doing well in New York as far as the betting market goes. There will be a surprise at some point. Donald Trump on the Kalshi betting markets, 57% to win the presidency. Now let's go to some states. If we go to the states here, let's see. Who'll be Georgia? So yeah, we have Georgia. Let's see. Can we get to the states? Let's go to the states. Let's go to New York. Not New York. I want to look at the map. Let's go look at the map real quick. All right, so here's the map. This is what's going on. For those who don't know, Donald Trump, high favorite in both markets. Highly favored in both markets. And it's looking like Trump win according to the betting markets. Once again, you never know. You truly, truly, truly just never know. And the reason why I say that is because we know what happened in 2020. We know what happened in 2020. So just don't be surprised if anything. Large police response at Navy Pier. Yeah, we got some freaky stuff going on. We got the bomb threats. We have somebody was trying to light themselves on fire by the White House. If you guys didn't hear about that, that's out there as well. All right, so CNN, another update here from CNN. CNN says they're running into a lot of silent Trump voters in Virginia who are afraid to be interviewed. Oh, that's interesting. Virginia, you in the house?
Were many who said that they were planning to vote for Trump or they had voted for Trump. However, when it came to sharing their views on camera, they didn't want to. One woman saying that she worked in the Army, her coworkers assumed she's voting Democrat. She didn't want to be on television saying that she was voting otherwise. Another woman saying she just didn't want her neighbors and friends to know that she had decided.
Well. People just mind your business. That's what people are saying. Just mind your business. Just mind your business. On the final day of the 2024 election, Trump's chances of winning have gone all the way up to 62%. Right now, it's currently sitting at 61%. That's the betting markets. Polls, the first polls will be closing at 7 p.m. Polls will be closing around 8 to 9 p.m. latest. We shall know the winner tonight. It's looking like we're going to know who the winner tonight is going to be. Once again, smash the like button, ladies and gentlemen. We're almost at 5,000 viewers again. Things are heating up. All right, here we go. Let's go back to Fox.
People around these campaigns. Senior advisor Alina Haba is part of that group. Alina, good to have you with us. So interesting that Elon Musk will be there. I want to ask you about this group that has been really dug into in the Trump campaign efforts, which is younger men. So when you look at the group of voters 18 to 44, in 2020, they went for Biden by 52%, Trump 45%. How successful do you think that effort will be? And what are you learning in the early turnout to see whether or not that really focused effort will actually pay off tonight for your team?
So for early voting, it was definitely, we didn't have as much male turnout, and that's not just for our party, that's for any party in terms of voting. But after today, we're seeing a change, and we're seeing such optimism in terms of our camp. If you look, I listened to Senator Kelly. I don't know what state he thinks he's in. I know he's an astronaut, but maybe he's on a different planet. But we're leading in the polls right now, but we need to keep everybody out there to vote, including men. And I think that, Martha, we've done something strategically different this time, which is that social media podcast and that different media outlets that do hit that age group, frankly, my age group. And I know that he's the kind of guy that could speak to anybody, unlike Kamala, which is why we are doing so well and we're seeing such a good turnout.
So let's play a little bit of the sound from Senator Kelly just a moment ago and give you a chance to respond to it on the part of the Trump team. Let's watch.
He has said he will punish women and and doctors should go to jail. And women know that here in Arizona. They've heard that and they've seen themselves bounce back and forth between one really bad ban and another.
The fact of the matter is,
and I think that's why they're turning out at high rates.
Alina.
First of all, we're almost double in Maricopa County if you look at the actual numbers. Number one. Number two, President Trump will not punish anybody. What President Trump did on this exact issue was
I just want to go back to that. You're saying that you're seeing in the early turnout, in the early vote today, or I'm sorry, prior early vote or day of voting, you're seeing yourself, the Trump campaign double in Maricopa?
Yeah, today, this morning, as of 11 o'clock, we had almost double for GOP votes, and that was 11 o'clock Maricopa County. We are seeing, he's right about one thing, and that is that there are a lot of people out to vote. There are females out to vote, and they are voting because we have been given more rights. We are being protected now. We are getting a choice to vote, to say what we want with our bodies. That is what President Trump did. And this fear-mongering, as you just saw with Senator Kelly, is the concern with the radical left and that narrative. It's damaging, and it's frankly untrue. So, you know, that's why I stand with President Trump, and that's why I'm doing that for my daughter as well, frankly.
Alina Habba, thank you very much. We'll see you soon. Thanks, Alina.
Thanks, Martha.
So back with us, Britt Hume, Fox News chief political analyst, Mark Thiessen, Fox.
Real quick, I don't know what that guy's doing, but in the betting markets, Arizona is Trump is cooking in Arizona. 78% the betting markets for Trump to win Arizona. So I don't know what that guy Mark Kelly was talking about, but Trump is absolutely cooking in Arizona. These are the numbers right now. In the betting markets, they have him a favorite, 78% favorite to win. 78% favorite to win. So Trump's support in Maricopa County has doubled. Here are the numbers to prove that. Maricopa County, these are the latest votes from Maricopa County. Democrats are in third place. Third place. Keep voting, Patriots. We're so close to taking this country back, says friend of the show, George. All right, let's go back to Fox, see what they're talking about. Let's see. For some reason, Brett, the audio keeps going out, guys. I am truly, truly sorry about that. My audio is not holding the line, so I apologize for that. Apologize for that, but here we go.
A pivotal issue.
It is, though it's only 3% of those those undecided or late deciding voters care about abortion. That's not what's driving the stopping that vote. And what he said was just flat untrue, which is why they're trying to gin this up. They're moving in the wrong direction because those voters who could be persuaded in the final days, they don't care about what he was just talking about. They care about other things.
So I don't know how much surrogates and what they say matter. I'm imagining that Britt's about to say they don't matter at all.
What we say matters a lot.
What do you think, Britt?
I think that one of the things that's going to be good about this being over is that we reach a stage in these campaigns where the level of exaggeration becomes almost absurd.
Yes.
So people have, Trump says all these things about how they're going to have the death of the republic, when the country's in decline and all the rest of it. That's too strong. He also says that he's going to end all these problems and we're going to live in the land of milk and honey. That's too strong too. But the stuff that's being said on the other side, you got Oprah Winfrey up there saying we may never be able to vote again if Trump is elected. It's all BS. And there comes a point when you just get tired of it, and I'm tired of it.
Well, Brett,
I love Britt here.
Brett, we have a long night ahead of us. You can't be tired of it yet because we're probably going to be on the air until very late into the evening hours tonight.
I'll be sitting there.
Hey, I'm so glad because he sits right next to me, so I'm lucky. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great to have all of you with us. We'll see you later. So another great panel as our election coverage rolls on. Laura Ingraham, Kellyanne Conway, and Shannon Bream all ahead.
Someday it's all going to be.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So that, I mean, we could start checking in on Democrats right now, but I don't really want to do that just yet. I don't want to check in on the Democrats just yet. We're probably going to get some updates from them and some clips from them as well. Yeah. So what is your guys' number one reason to vote? What is your number one issue, or do you have many? I have many issues. The reason why I'm voting for Trump. But comment down below what your biggest reasons to vote are for Trump or for Kamala. We got some Kamala voters here. Let's see. Do we have? Yeah, so Google is under fire right now. Google is under fire for basically taking results out that will help Donald Trump and where to go vote for Trump showed that earlier today, but that's a real thing. Is this gonna be what tonight looks like? Is this gonna be the result at the end of the night? Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Lou Valentino. If you're coming in here for the first time, we've been live streaming now for over 4 hours. If you guys haven't smashed the like button, if you guys haven't subscribed, I want to say thank you. Thank you for being here. Please subscribe. I got some coffee with me, and we got betting market polls. We got early poll numbers. We have early statistics coming out. Maricopa County, Florida. Things are looking up and up. What can go wrong versus what can go right? I'm going to go with what else can go right. I think a lot more things are going to go right. I think Trump, we're in for a huge surprise. Trump is going to win a state that nobody thinks, not even the betting markets, think that he could win. I don't know what state that is, but I have the feeling that it's going to happen tonight. I'm making that call and that prediction right now at 3:33 November 5th p.m. Eastern time. Trump is going to win a state, and it's going to have people looking like these guys. They're going to be crying. And why are you laughing at people crying? Well, the reason is because they're hysterical. They're hysterical. They have tried to lead you to believe that this is the last election. We have heard people like Oprah say that maybe we'll never be able to vote again. We have heard CNN anchors claim that all of a sudden we won't have history books. The fear-mongering was actually crazier than 2016 and crazier than 2020, and that's saying a lot. That's actually saying a lot, because the fear-mongering in 2016 was actually off the charts. In fact, I was just 19 years old, and they made me believe that I was going to be put back in chains. If you're not a white individual in the United States of America, you will be deported. That's what they made you believe. In fact, what followed after those 4 years of Trump, elected in 2016, took office in 2017, left in 2021, lost in 2020, even though I don't really think he lost. And we're seeing that now. Anyways, it followed some of the best times of my life. 2017 was a great year for the United States of America. 2017 was a long, great year. 2018 was even better. That 2019 year for me was one of the most epic years of my lifetime. In 2019, I got to meet my dad for the first time. I left the country, went to DR, met my dad for the first time. 2019 was such a great year. 2017 was a great year. 2018 was a great year. The beginning of 2020, for whatever months it was, before the pandemic, 2020 was probably one of the best years of my life too. But for a lot of people, it wasn't. A lot of people lost a lot of loved ones. And things happened. But I got to say, man, that hysterical bullshit is not working anymore. The hysteria is not working anymore, guys. All right, here we go.
We see a lot of that. Obviously, on Election Day, she's making the rounds to thank people at the DNC this afternoon. She will be watching tonight at Howard University. That's where they will be based, her alma mater. And so there she is in D.C. So live look now at the polling place in Milwaukee, which is obviously a huge battleground and a huge population center, very important part of that Wisconsin vote. 10 electoral votes at stake there. One thing, obviously, as we've already discussed this hour to watch closely is how women are voting and how they are turning out. President Biden won women by 12 points in 2020 when they made up 53% of the voting population. They tend to vote in larger numbers than men in most elections. Hillary Clinton won women by 15 points in 2016, but of course she did not go on to win the race. And in that year, they were 55%. Let's bring in America Report's co-anchor Sandra Smith with a preview of how to look at our amazing bank of data and knowledge that comes in just a couple of hours with the Fox News voter analysis, which we're so glad Sandra will be helming for us. Hi, Sandra.
Thanks, Martha. I'm shuffling papers around because we're getting ready for the big Ignite, Fox News voter analysis. This is our improved method for collecting data from the voters. In this case, over 120,000 voters in 50 states. And this is really in an effort to more accurately reflect the way people vote today, the way the American voter votes today. You've got a lot of early voting. So this is not like the exit polls. It's different. This is not.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I muted myself. My bad. You guys can hear me good? Damn, so many people. We lost 100 people all because they couldn't hear me. You guys lost patience and you couldn't hear me, so you left. How dare you? Anyways, this is what it's looking like right now. We got purple swing states. We got the swing states, of course. Trump favored right now to win Pennsylvania. Trump favored to win Pennsylvania, which is just big. Kamala is actually favored to win Wisconsin, which we spoke about earlier. Ohio, Trump is favored to win Ohio by 93%. 93%. Ohio is looking good for Trump. Virginia, she's actually favored to win Virginia by 90%. Does this surprise anybody? Not sure. North Carolina, Trump is favored to win North Carolina by 67%. South Carolina, Trump is favored to win by 97%. So the Carolinas, South and North, doing pretty good for Trump. Tennessee, Trump favored to win that. Georgia, big allegedly is a swing state. Trump is favored to win by 63%. In Florida, of course, 93% for Trump. Louisiana, Arkansas, Texas, of course. Well, New Mexico, oh my God, New Mexico. What's going on in New Mexico? Why is New Mexico so blue? Trump favored to win Nevada? Yes, Trump is actually favored to win. So Nevada's big. Not really, but it's still pretty big. 6 electoral college votes there. So, yeah, Trump seems to, I think he's going to take it. Idaho, 98%. Anybody from Idaho? Montana, Trump is big lead. So, yeah, once again, just Arizona. Oh, Arizona, Trump is cooking in Arizona. Somebody said fentanyl in Mexico. Arizona, Trump, 78%. Alaska, 92% for Alaska, ladies and gentlemen. Big time. Big, 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 big. Hawaii, of course, Hawaii. Trump they got Trump to lose Hawaii. South Dakota, Trump. So everywhere, Trump. So Minnesota. I got my eyes on Minnesota. Everybody says keep your eyes on Minnesota, even though the betting markets have Arizona for Trump to lose Arizona by a lot. They have Kamala Harris to win Arizona, 90% chance to win Arizona. Now, Michigan, she's climbing up in Michigan in the betting markets. I think this is the state that Trump is going to win. Could be wrong. Apparently, Michigan right now, according to the betting markets, Michigan is Kamala Harris, 63%. If you are if I was a betting man, which sometimes I could be, I'd bet Michigan. And if you bet, I'm not telling you guys to do this. This is not financial advice, but this is what the betting markets are. Betting markets have been around for a long time. Let's just say I put $500 for Trump to win. Whoa, right here. $500 for Trump to win. I'd get back $1,200. It's a nice little paycheck for him to win that. Nice little paycheck, huh? All right, so that's what the betting market is. For those who don't know, you go to Kalshi to get that. Puerto Rico doesn't vote in elections, in general elections for presidents. They do vote locally. I think they vote for other stuff as well. So Pennsylvania, Trump is favored, not by much. 97% for Harris to win New York. What have we done to deserve it? I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to bet, guys. I'm not a bettor. I used to be a very gambler, degenerate gambler in my previous life. Don't want to go back to that. But I'm just saying, this is what the betting markets show. This is where the money is going. Unfortunately, for some people, they're probably going to lose a lot of money. Some people they're probably going to win a lot of money. West Virginia, Trump up there. Ohio, we already spoke about that. Yeah, so New Jersey. Boy, oh boy, Jersey. 98% for Harris. They are not checking IDs in Chicago. Really? They're not checking IDs in Chicago. Cheers to that. I'm drinking some coffee. They're not checking IDs out there, bro. That's sick. And then Democrats get mad when people say, "Hey, you guys are doing some fishy stuff out there." Can't get mad at that because what you guys are doing. Yeah, 2 bomb threats. So the 2 bomb threats, for those who were talking about it earlier, we spoke about it a little earlier, but yeah, 2 bomb threats allegedly came from Russia.
Threats, and only places that we've heard about 1 bomb threat. Have you heard any other verifiable threats at any point?
We've heard some threats that were of Russian origin, and so I don't know how to describe if that's viable. We don't think they are, but in the interest of public safety, you always check that out, and we'll just continue to be very responsive when we hear about stuff like that. We identified the source, and it was from Russia.
Can you elaborate on that? What kind of threats?
As he said, it's a bomb threat.
So of Russia, and you're confident of the Russians that did?
Yeah, just like we had the DDoS attack on Monday, October 14th, 420,000, pings, denial of service from Russians. So we added that interface that said, I am a human, I'm not a robot. So they're up to no mischief, it seems, and they don't want us to have a smooth, fair, and accurate election. And everything they can get us to fight among ourselves, they can count that as a victory. So that tells you a little bit about the Russians. They're not our friends. Anyone that thinks they are.
So that's what happened. I'm not sure if you guys believe that. That's up to you. But apparently, Georgia's Secretary of State says that it was Russia. That's what he's saying. That is what he's saying. So right now, once again, Trump heavy favorite. This is what the map looks like. Somebody said, what does Iowa look like? Think about Iowa, right? Because we saw what the polls that came out, of course. And I don't know, are we believing in these polls anymore? All right, so I'm looking real quick at the comments. Hold on, guys. All right, let's go to Iowa. So thing about Iowa is that it is light blue, right? It is 80% Trump is about to win Iowa. And this is a state that allegedly, so wow, look at that. Big news. There you have the numbers from the betting markets. They're not falling for the clickbait. Betting markets are not playing around. Betting markets are not playing around, dude. They have Trump to win Iowa by 78. Once again, these are not, this is just the betting markets. This is not the votes being counted. Once again, that's a whole nother story. When the polls close, but this is what they have right now. And they have Trump as a heavy, heavy favorite for Iowa. Let me see something real quick, guys. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, so that's 2 hours. All right. Wow, we've been on live for 4 hours and 17 minutes. Guys, for those sending donations and joining and all this stuff, thank you so much, guys. I truly, truly appreciate you guys. We've been on live for almost 5 hours, going on 5 hours. All right. So Let me refresh this real quick, see what's going on with Fox.
And rows of alcohol, which they hope they're going to be using tonight for a celebration. Earlier today, we caught up with the former president, and I asked him, when the first polls close, is Georgia what your eye is going to be on? Take a listen. Will Georgia kind of be your first indication of whether it's going to be a good night?
So, I mean, I hear we're doing very well there in Georgia. I hear we're doing very well. I hear we're doing very well everywhere. Now, I may regret that statement, but I'm hearing that we're doing very well.
And earlier this morning, Trump also stopped by his campaign headquarters here in West Palm Beach. While he was there, he thanked staffers, supporters. He said he hopes to have the results tonight and expressed some frustration that some states take days to count their ballots. Also earlier this morning, take a look at this. Trump's running mate, J.D. Vance, voted in Ohio this morning. He's been crisscrossing the country to different battleground states. He says he's feeling confident. Take a listen.
So I hope people will get President Trump over the finish line. I hope people here in Ohio will get Bernie Moreno over the finish line. Look, I feel good. You never know until you know, but I feel good about this race.
And Martha, sources with knowledge confirmed to Fox News that Elon Musk is going to be joining former President Trump at Mar-a-Lago tonight. They're going to watch election returns live together as those returns start coming in. Things just getting kicked off here in West Palm. Yeah. We'll send it back to you.
Big night for the country all around. Thank you so much, Bill Melugin. Here now, Laura Ingraham, host of The Ingraham Angle, Shannon Bream, Fox News Sunday anchor and chief legal correspondent, Kellyanne Conway, former senior counselor to President Trump, host of Here's the Deal on Fox Nation. What a great crew. I'm just going to not say anything. I'm going to go down the line. Laura, what are you thinking this afternoon?
Well, there's some interesting tidbits that have broken, including just now that Google is admitting that there's been a search discrepancy among people who search for where can I go vote for Trump versus where can I go vote for Harris. But they said it's going to be fixed. So
it's
that
like
they
Siri
just
thing.
Yeah, they just they acknowledge that an issue that users have been flagging, and where they try to search for where do I go vote, where are my precincts, and they say they are working on fixing that. So that's one thing. But look, I think I spoke to former President Trump in the last half hour. He got back to West Palm Beach at, I believe, 5 a.m. So the last rally was, long. It was like an hour and a half long. So the man has been the Energizer Bunny of candidates. I have never seen anything like it. And Kellyanne knows this better than anyone. But even compared to 2016, this has just been a sprint of no break and go, go, go for the American people. He believes that they're well positioned. Turnout has been very strong. And yet he understands they're trying to swamp the vote with, disgruntled female voters who their main focus, I guess, is abortion. But they seem very, very confident tonight. But we'll be watching. I think Georgia is key, as is North Carolina. They're very confident in Pennsylvania, even with some of the glitches in the system.
Well, Kellyanne, you were the campaign manager in 2016, and you watch polls very closely. What is your straight take on whether or not your former boss should be concerned about anything? Is there anything you see out there that concerns you?
That one thing that would have concerned me over time, but less so today, is Kamala Harris making the trade of a century. Not even trying to chase those rural voters, some of the urban voters, Blacks, Hispanics, Union, Jewish Americans, younger people, all of whom were trending a little bit more toward Trump than your typical Republican. But the trade they made was just go for broke with white college-educated women, and particularly in the counties in these 3 blue wall states that, with the exception of 2016, have gone Democrat, regardless of who won the election from 1992 to 2020. So they voted as a bloc. The only time you see red is 2016. So the irony for Kamala Harris is somebody told her, you're not doing well in these more racially diverse states, Arizona, North Carolina, Georgia, Nevada. You got to go back to the white states where Biden was competing. So that would have concerned me. But look, I don't think we've cannibalized the vote. The places I can speak confidently about that are North Carolina, Arizona, and Georgia. Well, Nevada too. Nevada, where you've seen, I'll say Nevada, Arizona, Georgia rather. Nevada, we've got the best early vote in the history of the Republican Party. And 2 short years ago, Carrie Lake lost for governor in Arizona. Adam Laxalt lost for Senate in Nevada, in part because people were told, take your paper ballot to the voter polls on election day. You're taking a chance grandpa can get out of the bathroom, let alone the house. I want his vote in October. So that has all changed this time. And overlay that with pretty strong returns in places like Bucks County, Pennsylvania. Trump lost that to Hillary by about 4 points. Biden won it even more narrowly. Trump can win that tonight because Republicans are outpacing Democrats in voter registration. So I think the investments in the non-sexy parts of politics, the ground game, the voter registration, the get out the vote program, the stuff that we can't see that matters in a trench warfare, technical, tactical.
Guys, thank you. First of all, thank you so much. Jane B says you are crazy good, Lou. Thanks for your works. Thank you so much. This just happened. This is going viral. Kamala speaks over the phone with a quote unquote voter, sure, who apparently voted for her. Take a listen to this.
How you doing? Have you voted already?
Give me a second.
You did. Thank you.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Look at this. She's not talking to anybody, guys. It's her camera. She's not talking to anybody. Oh my God. Guys, she literally like is not talking to anybody. Not only she's not talking to anybody, but the camera is like.
Thank you so very much. You know, it's so important that everybody participates, and I thank you because I'm sure you got a lot of other things you could be doing.
I guess it could be that the phone. Can you still talk on the phone while your camera's on? Maybe. I don't know.
Taking the time.
Her camera's on.
Thank you.
And the world goes laughing. All right, here we go.
Commander-in-chief. They just don't want to vote for a woman.
You see that? I have never seen more cynical people in the way they view marriage, especially heterosexual marriage, and the way they view relationships. I mean, so this is the close of the campaign. You're a Nazi, you're Hitler, and men are either undercover abusers of their wives or significant others, or they're somehow threatening them into voting their way. I got to tell you, that is so sad for the country, and I think it's completely inaccurate. People vote in their own interests. If you think late-term abortion in Mississippi is more important than maintaining the U.S. border and having a vibrant economy, then I don't really know what I can do for you. But if you want a strong economy and an enforced border and a culture that makes some sense, then Trump is your only answer. I don't understand what her point is, but it's very, very negative.
Yeah, I remember Hillary Clinton after the election basically saying that, she was quoting Sheryl Sandberg, I think, that white women were afraid to vote for Trump because, their husbands and their uncles and their brothers would all give them a hard time, which is just absolutely ridiculous to me. I want to play this final ad from Bob Casey, Kellyanne, and get your thought on it, because it's been really interesting to watch some of these candidates, how they've kind of tried to do the weave, for lack of a better phrase. Watch this.
4 candidates for Senate. Who's standing up to China? It's Bob Casey, who stood with Donald Trump to put tariffs on China to protect American jobs.
Wow. The steel workers don't believe it. The frackers don't believe it. The Jewish Americans around Pittsburgh and Philadelphia think that this party has very little credibility on Israel. And let me just say a word about women. We've got a double gender gap this time. I've been working on the gender gap since I made $8 an hour for Dick Wertham, Ronald Reagan's pollster. And you know what? Now men they don't like the Democrats and the Kamala message. And I think that Donald Trump losing by 13 points among women to Hillary is how he won. You just have.
All right. Thank you both, all three. That would be 3 of you for joining
We're
me
exhausted
today.
It's an early night.
We'll
already.
see you all tonight. Thank you so much for being here. So that is the story of Tuesday, November 5th, which is Election Day. Get out and vote, everybody. The story goes on. I will see you back here at 6 o'clock for Election Day special coverage alongside Brett Baer and our great team, all of whom you see here on the set with me. It's going to be a very big night. Stay with us throughout.
Sorry, guys. I'm eating. Currently eating right now. Jesus, I didn't think they were going to end right there. Yeah, so there was censorship is trending right now. Censorship, literally. is literally trending right now. Democrats are literally censoring Kamala's fake phone call. Yeah, but this is crazy. So apparently she's on the phone, guys. She's on the phone. She's on the phone. Somebody said I'm always eating. Bro, what the hell? What's wrong with you guys?
Thank you.
And she shows the phone call, but what she didn't realize is that. So let's just see. Can I be on the phone with somebody? Yeah, so she basically she was on a phone call and then she does this mistakenly. I don't know, guys. It's a bad look. It's a bad look for you Democrats. Democrats are
in this, it's a special edition. Hello, America. I'm Mark Levin, and this, it's a special edition of Life, Liberty, and Levin Sunday. 3 guests, me, myself, and I. It's just you and me. First of all, some mental health advice. Don't worry about the Iowa poll. Don't worry about any other polls. Don't worry about the New York Times and Marist and all the rest of them. The polling is irrelevant. What's relevant now is you. You. 60% of the country hasn't voted. Vote on election day. Bring your friends. Bring everybody you can. You be the pollsters. You be the experts. Don't worry about these people anymore. They'll give you anxiety. But I do want to tell you something. This has been the most sinister, cynical, diabolical, even evil campaign ever run by any political party in American history. And I'm talking about Kamala Harris and the Democrat Party. And every American who's not a card-carrying member of the Democrat Party should be disgusted by what has been and is being done to you, to them, all the people of this country. Kamala Harris is a fiction. She's a concoction. She's a mirage. She's a creation of Washington insiders and special interests, Democrat Party oligarchs and operatives, and slick media companies and political handlers. Think about it. She's gone from the most unpopular vice president in American history, who abuses her staff, 92% of whom have either been fired, who uses the F-bomb left and right, who screams at people all the time, who's too lazy to do her job pre-hurricane and otherwise, or the border, a bumbling buffoon, a radical to the left of Bernie Sanders. Now, she's a combination of Mother Teresa, Susan B. Anthony, and Rosa Parks. Harris was chosen as the Washington, D.C. ruling class candidate to replace Joe Biden and to do its bidding. She did it without any democratic process at all, even though she keeps talking about democracy. Their first strategy, which lasted 2 months, was to keep her locked in the closet like Joe Biden. That didn't work. Their second strategy was to allow interviews but limited to friendly media. Well, that wasn't working. So their third and current strategy, an all-out character assassination campaign to turn President Trump into the devil and herself into this genius, happy angel. $1.2 billion in paid commercials. Billions in in-kind corporate media propaganda. But at no time does Kamala Harris, no time, say what her plans are for the future of our country. She keeps talking about the future. We keep listening. All we hear is BS. Most Americans, including those voting for her or considering voting for her, are completely in the dark. They don't have the foggiest idea what she'll do to them, their families, the country. Nothing. She never wanted a substantive discussion on her real views, policy ideas, ideology. She reverted to vile name-calling out of one side of her mouth and self-righteous platitudes out of the other side of her mouth. You see, she came from a middle-class family. She's a liar. I came from a lower middle-class family. We didn't have professors in our neighborhood. She was raised by 2 professors, one of whom was a Marxist. Oh, she worked at McDonald's. Where's the proof? She has no proof. She was born with a golden spoon in her mouth. She never had to work for anything as a kid, let's be honest, or in college or in law school. She's a fabrication, just like Joe Biden. Harris does not accept legitimate dissent among honest people. She demonizes her political opponents. Always. Like Brett Kavanaugh. Like ICE. That's what she does. Harris and her campaign have spent the entire months leading up to this election manipulating you, manipulating the public through the demonization of Donald Trump and his supporters, flat out lies about Trump's positions, repetition of those lies, and conversely, creating an aura of freshness, newness, positivity about herself. She's one of us. Can't we just turn the page? And repetition is the key. It's called propaganda. Hence, they needed the $1.2 billion from their oligarchs to completely remake Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris and her campaign used the word democracy in a constant effort to ingratiate herself with you, the American people. George Orwell, author of 1984 and Animal Farm, also a very brilliant man, he wrote an essay titled Politics in the English Language. You know what he wrote? It is almost universally felt that when we call a country democratic, we are praising it. Consequently, the defenders of every kind of regime claim that it's a democracy and fear that they might have to stop using that word if it were tied down to any one meeting. Orwell said, words of this kind are often used in a consciously dishonest way. Imagine that. That is, the person who uses them has his, or in this case, her, own private definition, but allows her hearer to think he means something quite different. I believe in democracy. The most radical left-wing Marxist Islamist in the United States Senate, left of Bernie Sanders. Oh, I believe in democracy. In other words, Harris's words are used to conceal her indefensible.
Yeah, Mark Levin is not a fan of Islam. Not at all, this guy. All right, let's see. Let's get another big update to see what's going on in the world of politics. Let's see what's...
to vote. But people in Wisconsin who want to vote, they can get it done in a reasonable amount of time. Polls open at 7 a.m. local time. They'll close at 8 p.m. local time, 9 Eastern. The prize is 10 electoral votes. The last two elections, the margin was less than 1% here in Wisconsin, 0.7 back in 2016, 0.6 in 2020. Now, when the polls close, the in-person votes should be totaled up rather quickly. The absentee votes, however, will take a little bit longer because they can't be totaled up until the in-person voting is done. So anticipating that we'll get some new numbers around 1 to 2 a.m. That caused a lot of controversy back in 2020 because in the middle of the night, the numbers changed. But that is part of the process. Anticipate that that will happen again. There is no automatic recount in Wisconsin, but if the margin is less than 1%, the campaign can demand a recount, and then it will happen. In addition to the presidential race, we're watching the race for the Senate out here. Eric Hovde, the Republican challenger, started out well behind the incumbent Senator Tammy Baldwin, the Democrat, but he's gained a lot of ground, and we're seeing with the polls now he is within striking distance, and we'll see how it works out in the one poll that counts. Neil, back to you.
All right, Mike, thank you very much for that. Mike Tobin. I want to go to my buddy Sandra Smith, the co-host of America Report. She's going to be very, very busy tonight following how you are feeling as a voter. Interesting developments there. Well, also keeping an eye on some of these other battleground states. Sandra, what do you have?
Yes, so Fox News voter analysis will be coming in throughout the evening and will really help us tell the story of the night and the election, Neil. But first, I'm going to take our viewers through Georgia, okay? We'll be watching Georgia's closing 7 o'clock Eastern time tonight. Obviously, those 16 electoral votes in that state are key pathways to victory for both candidates. But the story in Georgia is to look back at the election results of 2020. And I keep saying, sometimes you have to be reminded just how close things got in some of these states. And Neil, everybody remembers it was a 0.2 percentage point difference for Joe Biden's victory there. That's 11,000 votes that split the difference. So keeping that in mind, what counties we'll be watching? Remember, the economy is key in this state. Prices are up more than 20% in Georgia and a lot of the battlegrounds since Biden took office. There are a lot of voters who are very frustrated with that fact. So Democrats have been trying to woo some, Republicans have been trying to woo some of those Democrats in that state who are equally frustrated with those high prices. I'm diving, Neil, first into Washington County. Here's why. It's one of the less populous counties. Look, it ranks 93 out of 159 counties in that state. Here's why we're going to watch that. Because of the low vote tally, This is a good one to watch because the results in that county sort of mirrored what happened at the state level. So you can say that Washington County could be sort of the bellwether. You can watch what the turnout is early in the evening. Perhaps that will mirror the turnout in the state. Obviously, nothing is for certain, but it's something that some election watchers will be focusing on. Right next door to the west is Baldwin County. Very similarly, it was a 1.3% difference in that county. It's a low vote tally. We could see how this ends up rather early in the night with polls closing in Georgia at 7 o'clock. Look, that's, 8,903 votes there. So we'll be watching to see if Republicans are outperforming or Democrats are overperforming those 2020 election results. So those two counties we'll be watching. Neil, as I hand it off to you, that is a look at Georgia. And it was close, and it could be very close again. And Neil, when I say it's about the economy.
All right, guys. So I got to change locations, unfortunately. We are going to continue this stream in a bit. I have to drive to another location due to some big time stuff happening in my life. And I'm moving locations. I will be back in less than an hour, guys. I'm going to try to hurry up. As soon as the polls close, I will be back on live. I love you guys, but I have to change locations. So please smash the like button, turn the bell notification on, so that way you know when I'm back. And we're going to be going through all of the votes. We're going to be going through all of the votes as they're being counted, as Trump is about to be announced the winner. All right. So I got to change locations, guys. Once again, nobody threatened me. I will be right back. Everything's good. I'm actually in a good location, but I have to change locations because it's just the best thing for me to do as far as my Wi-Fi goes, as far as everything goes. All right. Everything's good. Gotta head out. I will be right back. Next time you see me, I'll actually be in a better location. I'll be in a better location, but I have to hurry up if I want to make it there on time, so that way I can get better location, better Wi-Fi, and better connection, because I really don't want any of these things to mess up for me tonight. It's a big night. So please smash the like button. And I will be back.